Oh god, it's loud. Anyway, I know how to do volume control. Yep, more OC4 stuff. It's in a story of all time. I'm just glad, well, I think I'm glad the filler's over. I think it's over.
Hello.
I don't want any, like, spoilers that are beyond the point that we're at, if you can help it, but, if anyone knows if, like, at the end we've learned that there's more filler, like, by all means, you can, spoil that. Because I swear to God, if they're like, there's actually more! No, like, as in, no, there's not more filler? Because it doesn't look like there's more filler? Because even if it's like, oh yeah, there's definitely not more filler, there can always be more filler. What the why is Nasu obsessed with, like, putting in irrelevant nonsense at times that it wouldn't be happening, right? It's so forced. Like, this is not how people behave in crisis situations. Priestess appears and brings back Arc Knights. Don't worry, we'll play more Arc Knights soon. Thank you, Sphinx, for the 36 months. And, yeah, also thanks to H-Paz and Cookie Killer. Chat, you gave me enough money that I can buy a burger now. Can you believe it? It was like $6. I'm rich. It's pretty sick. Okay, chat. And Gazmog, thank you for the 32 months. Even more burger. Chat, is cheese good on a burger? Let's hear it. I am in the minority of not really. I think it takes away from the rest of it. If it's pepper jack, I can get behind it, but I want to enjoy the burger, maybe the mustard, right? The tomato, the lettuce. I find the cheese just really gets in the way of that. I'm not really about it. Laundry, yeah, that's the boss battle right there. Yeah, if there's no sauce, then I understand it better. But yeah, I prefer the sauce way more so than cheese. So apparently, people were saying, you're not being judged by human history. You're just straight up being judged by Megatron because she's an idiot. But that's stupid. Like, why would Megatron just be able to do all this? And like, why is there a singularity that's like an OC, and you need to do it to get through the force field, right? Like, none of it. It's dumb. It's all dumb. BB was dumb. All the OCs are dumb. None of this matters. I'm sure they'll inject some shit into the end of this to make it matter, but they could have just done that in the actual story. I know what's going on, and I wish I didn't. Also, chat, Megatron is a guy, and their host is supposed to, like, you know, match them. So what the fuck is their excuse for Jonah Arc being the host here? Like, what the hell? See ya, pizza. What is fucking happening? I'm skipping now. You heard the voice of God, and Megatron is the voice of God. A lot of people heard the voice of God that are also way better candidates. You know, like, I don't know, Moses. Like, the hell? Yeah, I guess you could argue that angels are just beings, but I'm pretty sure they did go by, because Megatron's not in, like, the typical Christian Bible, right? It's in other Hebrew stuff, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure in what they're in, they are male, but maybe I'm remembering this shit wrong, but, Moses split the sea with Beyblades. Ah, yes, that was definitely how that worked. Okay, we'll just keep playing, though, until we get to a boss fight that we'd actually want to make a video on. And if it's kind of just like a, you know, an okay boss, I'll probably just skip it, right? Just look for a fight that you, like, really care about. Unless I can think of a solo that, like, hey, I really want to show this unit off or their animations. It'd be nice to make a Richard video, I won't lie, but, he's not exactly a good solo unit. Let's see. This music, though. Surprised this is considered a song. This is more like atmospheric stuff. Let me just switch to the regular playlist here. Okay, that was a little extreme. Apparently Herc. I've said this many times, and I'm sure I'll say it again. I am so glad they added Qingong to this game. It's not just that he can yeet a servant, but he's awesome. He's a low star. He's like a great anime version, but, you know, historical enough and everything. It's like the perfect mix of all that. Love his voice actor. Shit's great. I mean, I could bring a team. Nah, we'll do Herc at least once. Should grab some Bond. I say that like I care. I really don't anymore. Who the fuck cares about Bond? Yep, the bullshit about why Herc is a 4-star. It's because he's like too strong. Chaldea's summoning system is like not as good as the Grail summoning system, so it couldn't summon Hercules like properly. So he's like, the best he could be at is a 4-star, but then somehow we can summon all this other stuff. And like, he doesn't have God Hand in FGO because Chaldea couldn't handle summoning God Hand. It's too much. Why are we fighting? I'm guessing it'll end in 1 health bar. Same thing with the angels. We can't summon a real angel. This is the closest we can get. Vessel of power in the form of Metatron. But then no. No. Like, we can summon Tiamat. I don't think an angel would be a problem. You can summon Ishtar and all this other bullshit. Just nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Like, we can summon Valkyrie. Like, how the fuck are we summoning Tiamat? This vessel of power on par with Tiamat? That's stupid! What? How does that make any sense? How is an angel on par with a primordial deity? They even said that Tiamat and like other primordial deities are way stronger than gods, right? Because they're like the really, really, really old, famous, you know, gods that are like before the current religions and everything. So like the primordial ones are even stronger. They just straight up said that. So how is an angel stronger than Tiamat? This is so who the fuck wrote this? We know the answer. Yeah, so an angel is stronger than Tiamat, and its nerfed vessel is as strong as Tiamat. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. That completely contradicts what they've said, too. That's so not. God, fucking Nasu is such a hack, dude. What a joke. Like, does anyone buy that? Does anyone buy that an angel should be stronger than Tiamat? Like, really? And that would mean it's stronger than like Zeus and all that shit too, right? Like, such bullshit. Where do they come up with this crap? You know they're just doing that because they want their current, you know, Janna face to be really relevant. You know, it's just Dragon Ball Z logic. The new villain's gotta be stronger than the past villain, and there's just total bullshit power creep constantly. Jesus Christ, that's nonsense. And even like how angels are described in the Bible ain't nothing compared to Tiamat, so it just doesn't make any sense. Not that a lot of things in Fate have made sense in the last, you know, 8 years or so, but can't summon Hercules properly, but you know, Ishtar though. And like the other 10, we have so many gods. Like there are so many gods that are playable. It's ridiculous. Well, I don't think Herc's gonna care. Herc smash real good. God, and you know the Tight Moon stands are just gonna eat this shit right up. Look at that giant ass extra attack. That was a lot of damage though. In before buff removal. I kind of want to take these crits, grab some NP. But we have Buster up. Nah, we see red, press red. We click red button real good. This is stronger than Tiamat. I just cannot take that seriously. You guys remember when we had like Fate Zero and shit made sense? That was nice. That was a good time. A long time ago too. Oh, she dead. Well, for being stronger than Tiamat, that wasn't very hard. I'm guessing she uses these new mats. Yep, just an excuse to have gamer girl Megatron that for some reason is stronger than Tiamat. Because, you know, VTubers are that powerful, guys. Totally. So why is she here now? Like, what's going on right now? Like, why the whole judgment thing? Why is she not trying to kill us right now or whatever? Like, I don't get it. The fuck is the plot here? Where the hell is Guadia, dude? Maybe he'll show up at the end of this. That could happen. That's like the one thing about the plot I was still interested in. Oh, I see. So that's like a fragment. God, they're so lame. God, they're so lame. So basically, why is... So Megatron, Angel, by the way, and he has Jonah Arc as their vessel because Jonah Arc heard the voice of God, even though a million other people heard the voice of God. That would be like way more appropriate of a vessel. So it's just a contrived ass reason for Jonah Arc face. And then because of Dante's Inferno, for some reason, why is Dante's Inferno a thing right now? Why does it have anything to do with ordeal calls? But for some reason it does. So then she's got the 7 deadly sins, because that makes sense. We're just randomly taking Megatron, Jonah Arc, and the 7 deadly sins, and Dante's Inferno. Like, what? And then because fuck Sloth in particular, that's another, like, that gets yeeted in its own character, because BB things just have to be like that. And Sloth is obviously a gamer girl, right? Yeah, this is Type Moon now. This is Fate now, guys. Remember when you had like Artoria, right, pretending to be Arthur and all that, and you had all the like other servants. You had Medea and Medusa and all that, and they were fighting for a Grail. Remember that? Because people trying to get a wish and some shit. Remember that? That was kind of nice. And then you had Fate Zero, you know, a little darker, you know, some Gilgamesh stuff. But Alexander the Great, you know, everything was pretty historically reasonable, but still very anime, right? That was all right. Now we're talking about Megatron and Sloth and gamer girls that are stronger than Tiamat. Alrighty then. I wonder if we're just fighting them again. What shall we... You know what? Let's get some more action in here. I guess we'll summon Merlin or something, because I gotta summon something. We might as well get the bond. Don't use Merlin much, but why not? Might be another boss fight with her or something. Oh yeah, regular Jonah Arc is way better than this shit. It's not even close. This is just such a catastrophe of a story from what I've heard so far, but maybe the ending will be good. We'll see. Get Qingong. Merlin is in danger. Just saying. Might want some Leonidas in here. Maybe start with Leonidas and bring in Merlin. That's kind of fun. I haven't used Merlin in a hot minute. I mean, several servants are still in good shape, but that doesn't mean they'll be used in a good story, right? Like, they could use Longius in the most... like, just... Like, this is pretty contrived and convoluted, but oh boy, can it get worse. Where there's a will, there is a way. Every day, Nasu finds a way to make the story stupider. And then I have to listen to people act like this is the best story made by mankind. You know, as dumb as that is, like people that actually think this is good writing, there are people that unironically, and I've seen them say these exact words, they think Genshin Impact is the best story ever told. I've heard multiple people say that, and that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. How's OC4 so far? It exists. It's certainly a story in FGO. But thank you for the 2-year sub. Original character 4, yeah, pretty much. Read a goddamn book. I read lots of books, thank you. I actually just read one, so... Bleh. I can read chat, unlike what that one person says. Yeah, every Lost is correct. Every gacha game I've ever seen has a lot of people defending it, acting like it's truly like god tier literature every time. And like people are really bad at distinguishing like their emotions from like reality. So, for example, if you really relate to a story or characters, that's fine. I enjoy plenty of things that are written like garbage. But there's a difference between I like this thing or relate to this character or relate to this story versus the dialogue is actually good or the pacing is actually good, etc., etc. I can think of plenty of games, movie, books, anime, whatever, that might have a storyline or a character or something that I like personally, but I'm like, yeah, it's still a dog shit story. Like, it's still written bad. You know, the dialogue still sounds like a, 10-year-old wrote it. All right, let's see. I mean, George is still good. Guess we can't use regular mash because they hate us. You can always use a second berserker, but that kind of killjoy. What else is there here? There's Asclepius. Last second guts. The art up is kind of though. A lot of times the final unit on a low star team is better to be a damage dealer, but fuck it. Everybody gets star bomb. Thankfully, there's so many star bombs available to the player base now. There's a bunch in the shop, and they're just every event ever. I mean, I really stand by this. Nasu has always been a really bad dialogue writer. And he's always made pretty bad, like, large picture stories, but he's always been very good at making characters. And that's still the same now. Like, he's abnormally, he really is abnormally good at making his characters not feel like just 2D, flat characters, just an archetype and whatnot, copy paste. He really is, he's very, very good at not doing that, at making his characters multifaceted and whatnot. So in that respect, I think he does a good job. But his dialogue is not great. You know what? K-scope. Whatever. And like Nasu has talked in interviews, he doesn't have any delusions of grandeur. He's said like he puts characters over story and will do convoluted nonsense and whatnot. Like he just does. He's not really into making, he's totally okay with pulling some bullshit out of his ass to justify, his new toy being the most OP thing ever and going against what he said a long time ago. He's totally okay with doing that. And it's his story, so he can do it if he wants to. Nasu didn't write a VC Brun. Okay, it's just a bunch of these guys. Well, we don't have any AoE, so probably a gimmick here, though. There's obviously other ones that can show up because there's the spaces here. So this could be a whole shtick. Let's see. I don't think Type Moon had much to do with APOC. They advised on it, but they just got a different writer to do it. Nasu always has like some level of input, but yeah, he didn't do any of the writing. Or I don't think he did. I think he did like a couple of the character designs in APOC. Like I think he might have done. Like I think he was involved in Semiramis maybe. I'd have to look again, but yeah, most of those designs and characters are outside of their hands. But they greenlit them though, right? They're like, yeah, this is fine. Okay, we've got one. No, we got two busters. We can fuck somebody up. Let's see. $70, $100. Is that enough that I want to click buttons? Let's see. We're gonna have to spread the damage out, so... Maybe don't click this yet. It is possible that the Tiamat thing's not real, because that happened before. People were saying that the game was saying Ibuki was stronger than Zeus, but that ended up being completely false. Like, I read that bit, and that is just not what they were saying at all. They were saying that, like, her aura was like Zeus's human form aura, right? They weren't saying anything at all about her being stronger than Zeus. That's happened several times, so... Yeah, I'd have to see it. But yeah, if they do say the vessel, right, just the fucking vessel is on par with Tiamat, and then obviously that would mean the actual, being is stronger than Tiamat. Although, to be fair, Tiamat's not, like, summoned at their full force either. Also, are they talking about Tiamat on Earth or Tiamat in the underworld, etc., etc.? And they could be talking about Servant Tiamat, like the larval one you've got. That could be what they're talking about. That would be a lot more believable. Holy fuck, that'd be a lot more believable. That still wouldn't be right, but that would certainly be, not absolute dog shit. Let's see, only a quick card. It's nothing great. I want Leonidas to live longer. Probably not. Feels bad to say that, but... This is kind of a dead turn here. I'll take that. Oh yeah, they can AoE if they crit, and I have no crit down. I should be careful about that. That's really bad for Mori. And now I get all the art cards. Thanks, game. That's how it goes. Weird turn.
I checked the exact line. Her Saint Graph reading is on par with Beast Tiamat.
Okay, all right. Well, that's dumb as shit. Man, and it didn't even pop the guts, so I didn't get the attack up. Yeah, I think you need to kill these quick. I think we might want a little bit of AoE. One moment. So chat, will I or will I not use Kiyohime? How complicated of a question is that? Still have to summon something. Can we just have like a generic Hans that's level 65, good craft essence, 10, 10, 10, bow items that you just summon at any time so you don't have to summon all this stupid bullshit? Nice glasses, by the way. Still an asshole. I just want to be clear. There's all these people out here that are like, oh, Hohenheim's not so bad. It's yes, he is. It's like that fucking murderer in the news all the time that all these people are acting like he's not so bad because they think he's handsome. It's like, are you fucking stupid? Like, Hohenheim is the worst, dude. He's fine. He's not. Have you read the book that he's from, sir? What do you mean, why? Do people really not know, like, what his story is? Like, Jesus Christ. Not only does he do a bunch of evil, fucked up shit, but he's also the reason that Protoku's master is an idiot. So, that's 2 sins there. And apparently, like, Hohenheim's shadow self is gonna fight Protoku at the end of Prototype or some nonsense. God forbid a man have hobbies. It's pretty rare people use that for guys. Here, I have to summon something, though. Fuck it, we're summoning Hohenheim. What are we gonna do, chat? I think he's got his Bonsai, for God's sakes. That is not it. Yeah, let me go over it real fast for those that don't know. He's summoned in Fate Prototype Blue Fragments, which is like the Fate Zero equivalent to Fate Prototype prequel. And so you've got Protoku's master when she's a kid, and then her dad, right? Kind of like Rin's dad, who's the master who summons Hohenheim. And he acts all nice, goody two-shoes and stuff, all the while he's plotting against them. And he like zombifies some people, you know, murder some of that, like tries to like manipulate Hassan, idiot face, curses her, right, the daughter, curses the daughter where she's like absolutely going to die and turn into a zombie, like die horrifically. And then I think he like uses that as leverage against her dad and then kills her dad, like sacrifices his ass. Yeah, he's great. Really good guy. Real role model. Sounds like he was just having fun. Yeah, sure. All right, who's gonna be our AoE character of choice here? Not a lot of Berserker options for that if you're going to go free to play. You could always buff the shit out of somebody that isn't a Berserker. There's always Antonio. This is technically when you should use him, really. And that can kind of work with Hohenheim. Let's see, what else do we got? We got Mozart, right? The bro that makes him mad because Avenger shenanigans. Oh yeah, level 60. I really should grail Mozart to 70. So, well, then it's kind of bad though. Him having a lot of health is not necessarily a good thing. Yeah, Hohenheim is like the typical asshole mage that will sacrifice anything for his goals, like to the extreme. That's pretty much how he is. Alright, probably switch Mystic Code. And then there's Zhu Fu. Yeah, Zhu Fu makes sense. And then there's no like art up. Wait, I could do Zhu Fu and then bring out Mozart. And then Mozart has like his Bond CE. That's fine. Very good. Alright, and then we'll grab Bond on... I'm assuming we win, but Mordred and I think Kojiro's quite close. Yeah, real close. He just sounds like a normal mage. He's more extreme than normal mages. I would actually say pretty often throughout Type Moon, the stereotype of asshole mage is normally subverted a little bit, right? Like, Rin's dad is shown to actually care about his kids. He's not entirely, like, devoid of emotion and all that. They do that pretty often, actually, where the mages aren't quite as big of assholes as, like, their reputation leads them to make you think they are. Now, there are some that are assholes, but even, like, Kaneth isn't, like, the worst. Kaneth is not as bad as Hohenheim. He's not. Like, absolutely not. And there's, Sissy Go, right? Best mage ever. Yeah, I mean, Hohenheim acts chill. He's just an asshole regardless. And look at Avicii Braun, right? Avicii Braun did a very similar thing, right? With killing his master and doing, you know, shit like that. But he regrets the hell out of it instantly, right? And then, you know, Hohenheim doesn't. Hohenheim would do it again. And again. And again. Like, Avicii Braun is conflicted from the beginning and then, you know, ends up regretting his decision a lot. Yeah, honestly, Rin's dad, I don't think is that bad. A lot of people make him out to just be like such a shit I do not have enough starting NP to I don't have his passive. I must not have coins for him. Fuck. Well, we could wait a turn. We whiffed the stars, but oops. I wish I could art chain here. It's the most NP I can make. God, that's not great. I should have done the art up and the NP gain up. Hold on. We can fix this. I mean, to be fair, Kodamine is technically part of the church. And his dad and all that. Look, I didn't say Rin's dad was a tactician, right? I didn't say he made... Because Bazette trusted Kodamine, okay? That's kind of a thing with Bazette, an ongoing thing with Bazette, is she's a terrible judge of character. And they actually keep that going in FGO. Like, she is just not a good judge of character. It's like, oh yeah, that guy's totally trustworthy, and it's like some total jackass. All right. I mean, younger Zoken was probably better at hiding his intentions than Kodamine, let's be honest. Let's throw this out just for the NP gain. Will it be enough? I could do the Star Absorb. Fuck it. There we go, that's better. That ought to do the trick. Pretty good damage from not having an opening Buster card. Okay. Time for numbers. We messed it up a little bit, but sacrifice I'm willing to make. Let's see that Hohenheim damage, because he gets the Mozart art buff too. Was this a Hohenheim setup all along, chat? No. Just like the old days? Yeah, that was not great. That was pretty decent. Yeah, the other ones don't show up if you just kill them all. Same VA as Regend, yep, and Leonidas. And I think Fionn as well. By the way, although Protoku's master does have a really, really, really messed up childhood, she's still like the worst. Probably my least favorite master of all time. This is gonna be a really long story, isn't it? Let's see. I will give it to the writer though of, so Nasu, vaguely, wrote Fate Prototype, and he gave a lot of information about it in the character material book, and just talking about it in the OVA and all that. So we got a decent, look at Fate Prototype, but it was never finished. But it's made by Nasu. And then someone else, I think it's the writer of some of the stuff in FGO, they wrote Prototype Blue Fragments, which is like the prequel to it, right? So they're writing a prequel to a story that wasn't finished. And I'll give them credit though, they did a decent, when you look at what Nasu put there for Protoku's master, she's cartoonishly like sexist, evil, stupid, right? Like it's ridiculous how dumb she is, right? It's like a caricature, right? It's too much, right? But they taking that information and trying to make a backstory to explain that, they did about as good of a job as you could. Sexist against men. It's because of Hohenheim, right? She really hates men and servants because that's what she got Omega backstabbed by, was by a guy and by servants. So she doesn't like any of those things. And she's also just an idiot. Like, she's really dumb. Like, I've brought this up many times, but I'll go over it again. That I'm not like exaggerating this. She summons Protoku because, and she doesn't say this, but like you learn, like deep down, she's like scared of him. So she thinks he's gonna betray her, even though Ku is like the most loyal fucker ever. So it's the dumbest shit. But anyway, because she's scared that he'll betray her, she seals away his NP, so he doesn't use his spear. So Ku makes just a spear out of like makeshift stuff, right? He just makes a bullshit piece of crap spear, right? So he doesn't have his NP, real bad. And then she orders him to go on night 1 to go out and like seek out all the servants and try to fight them when he doesn't have his NP. And the first servant he runs into is Gilgamesh. So it's like, this maybe wasn't the best idea. And the only reason, and I love Protoku, but the only reason he lives is plot armor. Gilgamesh is just like, I don't really feel like fighting. And Protoku's like, works for me. And then he runs into Arthur and, you know, gets his ass whooped because he's got a piece of shit spear, right? And has to run away. By the way, she never gives him his spear back. She dies to Hohenheim's curse, funnily enough. And that gives Ku his spear back. Yeah, she just dies. Big fucking idiot. Worst master of all time. Every decision she makes is fucking garbage. And believe me, there's a lot of competition for worst master out there. There's a lot of real dum-dums, but yeah, she's extra special. Is Proto Gil weaker or stronger than normal Gil? It's hard to say because there's a lot less information about him. Out of the information we have, he is very, very strong, but he's not as strong as Gilgamesh right now. Because not as much stuff is confirmed in like his toolkit to be as strong as regular Gil. But there's so much not confirmed in his toolkit. You know, he could be added to FGO and Nasu's like, hey, look what Proto Gil has, right? So yeah, we'll see. What is confirmed though, he is outrageously strong, but not as strong as Gil. But yeah, he is very, 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 very strong. Yeah, he's got an NP where he cannot die, essentially, like a certain number. Like I don't remember the limit of it, but basically he just won't fucking die. And then Hercules and Prototype, it doesn't quite have God Hand. Well, I think it is God Hand, but it just works differently. It's where he can't be defeated like 12 times. And so when Gil fights Hercules, which apparently happens after his fight with Arthur, like he survives the fight with Arthur because of his survivability thing. But because Gilgamesh can't die and Hercules can't be defeated, what happens is Hercules' objective is completed, right? Like his goal is fulfilled, so he didn't lose, but Gilgamesh survives. That's what it says. It's some weird shit. But yeah, he survives that Excalibur blast that he gets smacked by. He survives. Unless if Nasu ever feels like going back and finishing the story, you know, he might change it, obviously, but that's how it is right now. I forgot to bring teapots and such. This is probably a filler stage, so. But yeah, for all we know, like right now, Proto Guild doesn't have Aya to our best knowledge, but it's totally possible that they'll finished prototype or put him in a game or put him in FGO or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, Protogil totally has Aya too, and look, now it's bigger, right, or some bullshit. I mean, who knows? We'll just have to see. Yeah, I never really thought about Proto and Kidu. That could be interesting. Best assassin of all time, chat. Let's just slap Mori on a team that he has no synergy with. Why not? Just throw out normal card damage. It'll be great. Who else needs Bond? Rosh. Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Proto-Gil can actually throw hands. Because in the actual story, Gilgamesh fights hand-to-hand several times. So, like, wrestles with Enkidu and all that. So, and he can, and in Prototype, you know, he fights Arthur head-on, melee, no problem. So he does seem to be a lot more melee competent. So we'll see what they do with that. It's crazy they haven't done more with Proto-Gil yet. He's very popular. And we've got Arthur, and they've expanded on Arthur a lot, so. The Gills would probably, I mean, they'd probably get along if it wasn't for the fact that, like, they're both would want to be top dog, and so, yeah, there's that. That probably wouldn't work out. But, yeah, they're probably similar enough. Proto-Gil is a lot more reasonable, though. Like, they make note of that in his profile, like, in his character material book. He's way more reasonable. Like, he's still Gilgamesh, but he's, like, astronomically more reasonable. Does Castergil have a, the one you have does not. Like, the one in, Fake Grand Order does not. He's, he, like, sealed it away, apparently. And maybe he could unseal it and all that. I don't fucking know. But like he's as of right now, he doesn't have access to it. All right, it's just these three. That's it. It's kind of underwhelming. Please crit. Man, if I gave Mori support, he really would have just done fine here. We don't really need the assassins. Feels bad. He's taking care of the problem. I love Mori. One of my absolute favorites. I'm not really sure what my exact order is. It's tough. You know, obviously like Mori, Ku, Gilgamesh, VC Braun, Billy, Tesla. A lot of good shit. Mordred, Arthur. See if we can keep Mori alive. Yeah, I could have just taunted. Kind of forgot about that. Get NP. Oh, hey, Beastly. Alright, chat, what's your favorite Fate character? Let's hear it. Doesn't even have to be an FGO. We didn't get our NP, god damn it. Oh yeah, that's got Star Bomb. Dante is not a bad pick. Robin, oh man, huge respect. Robin is such a cool character. Like, holy fuck, I like Robin a whole lot too. Cheeky, fair enough. I mean, technically K&K, but you know. Antoinette, boy, you don't see that every day. Kotamine, I see a lot of people with that. Or Toria, or Qingong. That runs the spectrum right there. All three of those are nothing like the other. Gil, Billy, another Billy fan, feels good. Moriarty, which one? I do love Achilles. I really wish the anime showed more of him. Like, they cut a lot of stuff with Achilles from the books, and they made his fight scenes less pronounced and stuff, which really sucked. But he's really awesome in the book. First Hassan, not bad. Kojiro, big respect there. Honestly, APOC has awesome characters. It is really, really awesome characters. It's just the pacing is bad and what. It's not. I don't think the books are like that bad. The anime is pretty bad. That's because it's just not a good adaptation. The ending is like the main thing about the books I don't like, and Zig just should not have been the main character, like straight up. Omega Shiki. This could be like an actual boss fight. Let's go in blind with the bullshit team here and see what happens. I do like David a lot. I wish he got more serious screen time. The character that's there is pretty interesting. So, why do we have to descend into Dante's Inferno now? Why? Or go through the layers of hell and all that? And Blackbeard, okay. Guess we're fighting Blackbeard right now. This really should be Avenger Blackbeard. It'd be awesome. APOC should have either had no MC, like Baccano style, or it should have been Mordred and Sissy-Go. And I think I mean, everyone thinks that. It's just obvious. I just don't think they had the confidence to do it. They weren't sure they'd be, like, popular enough. And also, I think they very much wanted, because the cast is so big, they wanted a, you know, self-insert kind of character to, like, be the looking glass into the rest of the story, right, for the reader. That's what they're going for. They're trying to use, like, Zig to kind of just, like, preview all this crazy shit that's going on because it's such a big cast. But I don't think that worked very well. I wonder if he's got infinite guts or if you need to kill him a certain way or something. There's definitely some bullshit going on because he's, like, losing health and everything, so there's probably a trick to, Does anyone know what this says? Because I'm pretty sure this just tells you what it is. But that's like, more text than Guts normally has. Well, we can always just blast him in the face. Cheeky go burr. Can you show it for a sec? Yeah, I'll bring it up again. There's no way he, like, just has guts and that's it. Oh man, we fucked up. Damn it. There's barely not enough damage there. It comes back with full health. That's it? Okay, we should probably solo this. What the hell? An OC4, by the way, just unbelievably far into the game. No point in having fights this dumb. And like, look, FGO's got a real problem in this department. They make content either so easy it couldn't possibly be even slightly interesting, or then it's crazy hard, right? They need way more like medium content, right? Yeah, you know, have a few health bars, a few gimmicks. It doesn't have to be anything you're gonna have to like crazy think about, especially if you bring strong units. But if you bring weak units or solo, then it could actually be pretty engaging, right? There needs to be way more content like that. I don't understand why it's like 0 or 100 with this game. Like, you have fights like this, which it's like hard to have any fun with, and then it's fucking fluffy, or it's like, the fuck. I haven't used Canis a whole lot recently, so I should probably do actual command codes. Let's see. Yeah, the angels do look pretty cool, but yeah, they're probably gonna make us fight them a lot, so typically the way of it. Alright, that'll do. I really need a video where I use Leonidas and Canis on the same team, because they're pretty similar. They're both Lancers. They both have a shield. They're both meatheads. They don't wear a lot of clothes. They both yell. Okay. I forgot we even had that. Jesus, that costs a lot of channel points. Well, this is a bad opening hand. Surprise, surprise. What's not fair? State your grievance. Still a bad hand. I like how I'm at 98%. Some things never change. Didn't miss that. This song is not what I need right now.
Very good.
That's better. Alright. Oh, we'll save the second skill. That's always a hard decision. Let's go stars. 50-50. Give me that quick crit. I haven't farmed a CE in years. Do not miss it. Damn it, come on, man. We're double 50% crits, so we didn't get either of them. Gunshot, love it. Man, that sucks. Probably should have put the Buster later. Nah, we're good. And now you crit. We've definitely made some mistakes here. 200%. Should have brought Atlas. Okay, I like that though. And we get the second crit up. Man, the NP really doesn't do that much damage, but holy fuck, holy fuck. Dude, the NP did 100k and then she just absolutely blows it up with the Buster crits though. Alrighty. What's your favorite character from Lord of the Rings? Does it have to be from Lord of the Rings or just the IP? Because that affects it a lot. Like a lot. Because you've got the Silmarillion and the Hobbit and a lot of the stuff like Tolkien talked about. Lost, shut up. Could be either. Probably Morgoth. He's kind of just awesome. Let me see though. I like the Belrog captain. He was really cool and competent. Let's see. What else? What else? There's a lot of characters that I like, but aren't necessarily wouldn't be like my favorite. Like there's a lot of that. Or like the good guys, Faramir and Boromir are cool. They're fine. I think Faramir's better in the books. Don't at me. But yeah, probably Morgoth. The real big bad. But yeah, Balrog Captain's good. Caligon the Black's doesn't exactly have a character, but he's awesome. I mean, he has a character, you just don't get to like really see it. I'm definitely forgetting some stuff. Not a huge fan of the Hobbits, to be honest. Sam's alright, though. He's got a good head on his shoulders. Everyone else is either stupid or a bitch. But yeah, Sam's fine. Damn, Canis got some pretty big numbers these days. And, that was not 120. That buff she got was pretty nice. Can we please have a preset for command codes? Because I'd make it just like, you know, even if the cards don't line up perfectly, you just, like, use it anyway, right? Like, 2-star bombs, Merlin, 2 damage ones. Like, fuck. I wish I could say I liked the Nazgul. Like, and I think a lot of people feel this way. They want to like them, but they're just shit. Like, they're just shit. They lose all of the time. And they're just dumb, and like they were like gullible for like turning into Nazgul in the first place. And then like every decision they make is bad. They're actually like, they are such jobbers. Like, imagine looking that cool and being that shit, right? Like they got the whole like, you know, plate armor underneath the robes and shit, you know, faceless black void face. Like, that's awesome, but they're dumb as hell. Like, they lose basically every fight they're ever in, and in a pretty embarrassing fashion. It's really hard to take them seriously. I don't consider Shadows of War even remotely canon. It breaks so much stuff. It is so against the wishes of Tolkien. I think all expand, if it wasn't written by Tolkien, it's garbage. And like, I'm not even the biggest Lord of the Rings fan, but I have a brain. It's like, it's so disrespectful, everything they've ever done with the Lord of the Ring IP that's not from Tolkien. Like, or his son, right? Like, just, I cannot stand people using that IP and acting like they have any idea what they're doing with it, and it's so greedy and just disgusting. Like, it's like I'm not a big fan of Nasu's writing, but let's say Nasu died, I would be so against anyone doing anything with his work that was so blatantly against his wishes. I'd be so fucking against that. I think it's so slimy. Like, I know a lot of people just like the gameplay, and that's fine, but in terms of like using the IP and everything, I think it's just super, super shit. Fuck everything they've done with Lord of the Rings that wasn't made by Tolkien. It's so bad. And he was super against his IP being used that way. That's the thing. It wasn't like he was like a casual writer. Like, for example, H.P. Lovecraft encouraged other people to do stuff with his IP. How's OC4? I mean, the gameplay's been okay so far. The story has been pretty dumb from what I've heard so far. Like, I'm having chat like tell me about it as we go, and it's been pretty dumb. Cairo, tell me if this makes sense to you. So, you know, with Hercules, they're all like, you can't summon him properly. Chaldea can't summon like God Hand and all that, and so he's a 4-star. So that's going on with this angel, right? Megatron. It can't be summoned properly. And its vessel is Joan of Arc, right? Because Joan of Arc heard God's voice, even though like everyone did, so that means nothing. And because Megatron is the voice of God, like to communicate with humans, for some reason that allows her to be his vessel. But he can't be summoned properly, so he's way weaker. And even in this way weaker form where he can't be summoned properly, they say right off the rip that a nerfed angel is as strong as Beast Tiamat. They just say that like Dragon Ball Z style immediately. It's like, oh yeah, this new bad guy, just as strong as Beast Tiamat. And it's an angel. And Tiamat is a primordial god that they said was stronger than gods. So why is an angel this, like, what are you talking about? Like, and that would imply if they were summoned properly, they'd be way stronger than Tiamat, right? It's dumb as hell. Like, what the fuck are they on about? And like the whole story just makes no sense, right? The whole, you know the OC thing, right? Like, you can't get to the finale because humanity's got to judge you and stuff. Well, this story's not like that. Somehow Megatron is summoned and they're like doing their own thing. It's like independent of human history. And for some reason, you know, Joan of Arc, and then for some reason they have the 7 deadly sins, but they don't like Sloth, so then Sloth gets siphoned off into another Joan of Arc Megatron thing and is a gamer girl. That's the story. And you're in Dante's Inferno for some reason because they think you're bad, and gamer girls are Metatron for some reason. Great. So yeah, that's the story. Gameplay wise, it's not been like super hard yet, but they've had like, you know, medium difficulty fights somewhat regularly. Not like crazy regularly or anything, but yeah, Metatron's say, but even worse, I would say. What were we even talking about? Oh yeah, people disrespecting the Lord of the Rings IP. Yeah, that's been great. Yeah, it's just bullshit. It's like, it's lazy writing. Dragon Ball Z does this. A lot of anime does this. They want to instantly get your respect for a villain. And it's so fucking, have these people not learned anything about writing? Ask any writer ever that is got chops, you know, that is in any way respected. You know, you can't just expect your audience to just instantly respect the villain. You can't use like lazy bullshit like that. You have to have the villain do stuff and earn that Chad status, right? And if you try to skip the line, it falls flat and it feels hollow. Everyone knows this, right? And I cannot believe how much anime and shit tries to just have a bad guy show up and just be like, oh, he's just as strong or stronger than the other bad guy. And you just cheapen everything. It's so fucking stupid. Like, how about you actually have a story, right? And show, don't tell. Like, have the character do stuff and accomplish stuff and fight things and say things and be interesting. Like, holy shit. What is the song you play at the start of your stream? Precious Park from Armored Core. It's either that or Void from Arc Knights. Those are the two I generally play. This stream, though, I played a Metroid Prime song. But that was abnormal. Was going AWOL. But yeah, Precious Park from Armored Core is normally what I use, and Armored Core music is amazing. I say this very seriously, and I've thought about this a lot over the years. For me, Frequency, who makes the Armored Core music, they make the best music I've ever heard. And like, I love a lot of stuff. I like a lot of classical music, like Bach especially. I like a lot of classic rock, Queen and Rush and all that. Pink Floyd. You know, I have quite the wide-ranging taste in music, actually. I don't think a lot of people know that. But I like a lot of video game music, obviously. But yeah, I think Frequency is my just absolute favorite creators of music of all time. And there's some close runner-ups, don't get me wrong. But like, you know, Bach is sick, man. Yeah, I could see me playing Wuthering Waves again someday. It was too... All the Genshin stuff sucked. All the gear stuff. You know, it had the exact same problems as Genshin, where if you farmed a lot and got geared up, most of the content was way too easy and not interesting and boring and stupid. And then, but if you didn't gear up, then the event content that they wanted you to care about was impossible. And it was just... I can't stand that stuff. It's just not fun. But I mean, the movement felt good. The combat it was a little simplistic, but it was okay. You know, I enjoyed the combat. I'd probably play it again at some point. It's just games that have gear like that, I already know I don't like them. I already know, I've played a million of them. I know I don't like them. When gear is used in that way, it just doesn't work. It's bad game design. The devs don't know how to... Clearly, the devs don't know how to make content with games that have gear like that. I've never seen a single one of them ever be able to put out... Like, Arknights and even FGO when they want to, well, they obviously don't want to a lot of the times, but Arknights and FGO, when they want to, can put out an event that has challenging content frequently. Very frequently, because they don't have to deal with all this fucking gear optimization bullshit. So, you know, challenge quests are always decently interesting and that kind of thing. That is never the case with Epic 7, Genshin, Honkai Star Rail. None of those games are able to do that. They cannot keep your interest with content because it's boring. Like, you're either going to be overgeared or undergeared. There's no way for them to predict what the Goldilocks zone is. And because the problem is the Goldilocks zone isn't the same for every player, right? Because the players will vary in how much they actually bother to farm gear. I cannot find a command code I give a fuck about here. It's because there's so many of them. Jesus. Why is there always drama with anniversaries? I get it with like FGO and even Genshin because they're not run very well, and like FGO is literally lacking the most basic like content imaginable, so obviously people want that to be fixed. I get that, but that's not what people are mad about in the other games. Normally what I see in the other games is people are mad that they didn't get enough free like SQ. Who gives a shit? That is just like, make game good. I don't think it has anything to do with parasocial. That is totally different. That's gambling addiction. That's not parasocial. Chat, I'll say it, and I will die on this hill. I would be happy. I would trade every SQ and summon ticket that they give out in a year in FGO for them to implement proper, like a proper UI, story replay, better game optimization in general. You know, maybe a proper like challenge tower where the first 10 floors are like a good tutorial to show people how to use taunts and things like David and stuff, and give them rewards to set the account up, to rebalance the main story so that the early player experience is actually fun and engaging. I want that infinitely more than I want, you know, Gamba. I don't give a fuck. Good one. Yeah, none of those things are gonna happen, but like no servant they could release, even the Green. I want Green Knight really bad, but I want those things I just listed way more than Green Knight, because if they add the Green Knight, what am I gonna do with them? Right? And like I want the game to succeed so they, you know, make good things for me to enjoy. Right? But until they do stuff like having a better new player experience, it's just not gonna happen. I mean, they keep falling and falling, man. Like, yeah, they're barely relevant anymore, and the only money they really make is from milking the copium whales they have left. And unfortunately, I've seen throughout my many years gaming, I'm a gamer, chat. In my many years gaming, it is very, very rare that developers are able to understand and act on improving like the new player experience. Overwhelmingly, what they do in ongoing games as the new player experience gets worse and worse is they try to skip people through it quickly, right? Like games from Vandictus and MMOs and Gacha games and stuff, they all do that. They all do it. They instead of like revamping the early game and rebalancing the numbers to make it hard enough so there's enough friction there for it to be interesting and engaging, they just try to skip you through it really quickly. Like you go fast, level really quick. It's boring. It's so boring. It's some of the worst content on planet Earth. Like Dungeon Fighter Online did it. Like so many games do that, and it's so brain dead boring. No one plays it. You know, new players just quit instantly because it's like one of the worst game experiences of all time. And these devs just don't understand it. They just don't get it. They're like, but we're rushing them to the good content quickly. Why aren't they enjoying it? Right? They just don't understand. People want to pick up a game and have fun. There's a YouTuber called Josh Stride Hayes or something like that. and I've seen him talk about this often. It's like if like your first like 50% of your game is boring and bad, just get rid of that and start at the good bit, right? If you can't make the game good, just get to the good bit, right? Stop expecting players to slog through hours and hours and hours of garbage, right? The game should be fun. If your game's not fun, you have a problem, right? Get to the goddamn good part. Like, I'm so tired of games just wasting your goddamn time. Unreal, dude. Yeah, I've seen some videos from him now and then. They'll come across my feed, and he's generally on about a lot of the stuff I'm on about with like game design. I've noticed, like, with how you should revamp things and keep things engaging and fun and that kind of stuff. That was kind of a strange stage. Oh, Blackbeard still a thing, huh? Who dat? I don't know a lot about Diablo Immortal, but what I've seen of it, it's the worst gacha game ever. Which is really saying something. I'm so glad Arknights is like actually a good game and has a really good business model. Because so many gacha games are like embarrassing with their business model, but Arknights is not. It really isn't. Like, it's done very well. Also, that lady had a green jewel in her necklace, so that's good. Good shade. What they need to do, I've said this is how I would handle it. So you revamp Fuyuki first, right? And you revamp Fuyuki, you clean up the writing, you cut out the filler, you make it more modern for what a new player needs to learn and see, and like the power scale of the enemies need to be correct, that they're having fun. You probably need to change how friend supports work so they can't summon to level 100, you know, when they're doing Fuyuki, because that just doesn't work. That does not work. That breaks the experience, right? Because back in the day, people didn't have level 100 servants. You know, you had like a level 40 friend you could summon and shit like that. So that just has to be changed. Either you have to use the story support, or the friend support scaled down based on like the level of your mash, right? Like the friend support will always be whatever level your mash is, or something like that. There's a lot of ways to address it, but that has to be addressed. So anyway, you revamp that, and then while revamping it, you also make a hard mode version of it. So the veteran players get to enjoy the Fuyuki, you know, touch up, you know, the glow up, you know, with the cutting out the filler, new boss fights and stuff. So you make a hard mode version of it that's just scaled for in-game. Right, so you get to fight Saber Alter and Ku Caster and all that, and they got break bars and stuff, and you know, new mechanics, and they're scaled for in-game. And you don't have to go crazy with it. You don't have to like put insane effort into the mechanics. It can be, you know, pretty vanilla gimmicks we've seen before, you know, but you can put enough gimmicks in there that it's still fun, right? You know, throw a damage cut on Saber Alter when you break the bar or whatever. You know, there's things you can do. And then a little while later, you do Orleans, and same deal, right? You revamp it, you cut out the filler, blah 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 blah. And then you add in a hard mode, right? And by the way, while you're doing this, I'm gonna shock you here, chat. While you're doing this, you add in story fucking replay. Like, holy fuck, right? When you add Fuyuki, you allow people to go back and replay Fuyuki. What a crazy ass concept. And they can do it anytime they want. They can fight the boss fights anytime they want, and they can do the normal mode or the hard mode. Like, Jesus. Like, you know, every other video game that has ever existed. I cannot believe we don't have story replay after all this. 10 years, by the way.
Are you hallucinating?
It's gonna be so funny if they ever add story replays, like, you know, the 10th anniversary or when 2.0 is over, and they're gonna act like, oh, now it's okay to do it, when it was okay to do it the entire time. Stop being dramatic, Nasu. Like, holy fuck. I'm sick of everything having to be like this big deal instead of just fixing the damn game. Story replays locked behind monthly payment. Oh my, I just quit immediately.
You think there's gonna be a part 3? Yeah, I mean, they've said there's gonna be. Many times they've said it. It's weird that people keep acting like there's not. I mean, they've said it like a bunch of times. Now, how involved is Nasu gonna be? You know, hard to say. And Nasu even said, he said this twice now, maybe more, but I've seen him say it twice, that they haven't decided if part 3 is gonna be a continuation of 1 and 2, or if it's gonna be like a brand new thing. And people seem to want it to be a continuation, but I think that's stupid because he's always said that it was supposed to end with part 2. So I don't think they should, you know, elongate it just to elongate it. That's. But I mean, Nasu's a hack, so that's the exact kind of thing he would do. So fuck it. Like, there's no artistic integrity there, but there hasn't been much artistic integrity to begin with. So who the fuck's this? Oh, boy, they haven't used her much. Yeah, I think it needs to be a new thing, 100%. I don't see any reason to do a 3.0 that is just more MASH and all this stupid shit.
Now, you could have, like, some connections. Like, maybe you have, like, adult MASH, you know, as, like, a mentor or something, or you run into her halfway through the story or whatever. You know, there's you know, you can, acknowledge the existence of 1.0 and 2.0, but yeah, holy fuck, I want a new story, like, new main character and all that. And there's a lot of ways you can handle the servants. You can have it be like inherent your briefcase that has all your servants in it. That's actually a thing, by the way. You know, or you just have the servants for like no fucking reason. It really doesn't matter. You can do either with that. So, did the ad saver? Negative. I think they are gonna add them though. I think they'll probably add them with the remake of Extra. I think it'll finally get it then. Yeah, they added Megatron, but it's not. It's just Jonah art for fuck's sakes. It's so lame. There are like angels you fight as enemies that look pretty cool. We'll probably see some in a bit. They do look pretty neat. People keep saying biblically accurate. They're absolutely not at all, but they're more biblically accurate than what you typically see. And they do look cool though. Buddha is goated, by the way, both in real life and in Fate. It does make me sad though that like the original teachings of Buddha are just not religious at all, and they're just a very reasonable philosophy, and there's a lot of wisdom there, and then people are like, we can make a religion out of this. Okay, ruler could be angel stuff. It's always hard to know if I want to solo or do an actual team because I don't know what I'm fighting. Oh my god, I hate the support system. Like, I just want to summon like a Hans or something. Like, fuck, dude. Like, there's literally nothing here that's not OP as fuck or worthless. It's one or the other. I don't want to log on my ult. God damn it, dude. Where's Max when you need him? They got a Hans up. There's a few people out there that slot things that I'll actually summon, but it's pretty much just all the most OP bullshit they can, like, slap in there. Alright, that'll have to do. That's a very odd CE, because no starting NP. I know it's got the overcharge, but, oh god, it's force support nonsense. Does he have to be in the front? Yep, he's got to be in the front. Love this game. So stupid. I cannot express how much I hate this. Because, like, it destroys your ability to make a specific kind of team. Because I already have to bring a dumb support that is probably not going to gel with what I want to do. It's like, for example, if I want to use Mori against a ruler, that would make sense. This is garbage. Like, he is so bad for Mori because I need to have characters that, like, protect Mori. That's the thing. He's a very team-oriented character, right? And I can't do that because I have to waste a slot on fucking Dante. Like, it's just crazy. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking with this crap. And the whole draw of this game is you want to, like, go through the story with the characters you like, not the characters they like. Like, fuck off. That was such a big part of why I decided to play this game, is I wanted to beat up the stupid waifus with, you know, the cool characters I liked. You know, I wanted to go Bolga bitch, but, you know, now it's like, nope, you gotta use MASH and this other thing and this other thing. It's gonna be great. Like, fuck off, dude. And especially when you like units like Mori that are so specific in how they need to be played. You cannot deal with these random ass like characters. Okay, fuck it. 111. Boy, I need to fix that. I don't have the QP right now though. I don't have a lot of 4 stars that makes sense here, and like Jalter's too strong. Well, fuck it. They get Jalter. I can't deal with all this like forced bullshit on my team, so we just go with what we got. All right, Mordred Bond, Mori Bond, and then we'll bring a backup unit that actually makes sense here, like David or something. There we go. Get some Star Bomb in there. This is such a stupid team, but when you need Bond, you need Bond. Mash is not really that good when she was a 3-star. But they buffed her 10,000 times, so. But you have to use the fucking taunt one anyway. I mean, the taunt one's okay. Like, they've buffed her enough that she's okay, but she's still absolutely, overall, not always, but overall, she's still worse than regular Mash. Like, there's times that VR Mash is better, but there's no reason for him to be here, by the way. Like, I mean, I get that he's here in the story, but I just don't understand. Bedivere is in the story of Camelot, and they didn't force you to use Bedivere. Why do they think this is the way to go now? And everyone complains about it all the time. Like, I don't get how, like, canonically, like, Drake's there in Oceanus, but they don't make you use her. Like, I do not get why they're so on about this now. It's so immersive. It absolutely is not. All right, Lies of P. That's always going to be the joke. His hair looks very similar to the guy from Lies of P, so. It's not a way of balance, because they normally make, like, the dumb character, they give them, like, a bunch of buffs now and stuff, so I think it's 100% Nasu being an idiot. Dude, if you look at Nasu throughout the years, he really does not understand game design. He's not a gamer, like, in that way. He does not understand game development. And he's just always trying to do these, like, artsy farts things that are just so against how a video game needs to be. And he's constantly like this. I really didn't need to attack that one, but whatever. Because we're gonna blow it the hell up now. It is nice that Hans gives her a crit up and NP up because of her alignment. It's pretty sick. Okay, could I have given her a buster up there? I don't know. I thought it was just for him, but I think it makes his thing art. Whatever. They're gonna fucking die. Just keep clicking the buttons. Can she do 181k with a buster crit? Let's see. She has 3 buster ups, only 1 attack up, 3 crit ups, Avenger mod and all that. Maybe. She's level 90. You could do Buster NP or NP Buster. That's only gonna kill 2. The cool thing is if we bustered and killed and then NP'd that one and then crit extra that one, that'd be sick. I don't think we got quite enough buffs. I think it'll be close. Oh, let's test it. We'll just science it. Little save scum every once in a while won't kill you. Okay, no, I'm wrong. She got it. Hard to tell how much overkill there was there. She does slap. And like Hans' crit buff is no joke. 665. Oh, okay. Yeah, she did all that. All right. Yeah, I was definitely underestimating.
Made 67 stars too.
Anyone know what's going on in the story right now? Sword, rain. Why is that Angel's arm up? He's got an umbrella or something. Okay. He's waving, say hi back. Nah. I assume they're serving Megatron, the Decepticon leader. This is the worst. We summoned a house. Did we really? Did we literally just drop the house out of the sky? Nice space heater. Okay, that's enough of this. Oh, we made it to a different layer. Oh man. Are you excited, chat? More rulers. Who would have thought? I am slightly motivated to get through this just because I want to know if we get any information about like Guadia / the Chaldean, you know, Romani, Solomon stuff, Galahad, Elderberry, all that stuff. If we get some of that, that'd be nice. The slog, though. Oh yeah, her. I totally forgot about her. That'd be awesome if Mash died and we got to use Galahad from now on, but that's not going to happen. Do you realize how angry people would be? Like, I don't just mean some Reddit drama. I mean, people would get so fucking mad, dude. Like, people, even though they know nothing about him, just hate Galahad and just love MASH, so... oh my god, they'd be so pissed off. Be rioting, man. I just give us a choice, like, fuck it. Let's let them pick. Or just add Galahad as a separate shielder. I'm so tired of them treating MASH as a protected class when she wasn't the original shielder to begin with. There is no reason she needs to be a special snowflake. And like, I remember when Ku was the only Lancer, and at no point did I feel like Ku needed to be special and be the only Lancer. I had no problem with there being other Lancers. And shielder is so generic, it's not like Saver, right? Like, shielder is not like Saver. There is no reason for her to be the only one, and she's not. She's canonically not the only shielder. It's just they just will never add the other ones into the game because they want her to be special. It's so fucking stupid. Again, I pretty much guarantee you I'm a bigger Ku fan than anyone in my chat is a shielder or a MASH fan, right? And at no point was I mad when they added other Lancers. I think it's so stupid that there's people out there like trying to keep her, you know, special snowflake status. It's just silly. Give me a 3-star shielder and FP summon, for God's sakes. It'd be awesome. Okay, I am an advocate, though. They should not kill MASH. I don't think that would work. I mean, if the plot was set up in a way that it really did make sense, then fine. But because she died in 1.0 and got brought back, killing her again is just dumb. It's just like... That's like Goku in Dragon Ball. You know, that just doesn't work. So if they're going to do a big dramatic death at the end, it needs to be like the main character or something else. Like, it just, there'll be no oomph to it. Like, there just will be no oomph to it. It's like she already died before. Yeah, I'm okay with either Galahad being a skin that you can switch between, and it's the same gameplay, or he's just his own character that you roll on, or he's a welfare or whatever. Like, that's just either one. Just do that. And then add Leonidas as a shielder and all that good stuff. The MC air quotes death though isn't nearly as like dramatic or like impactful as MASH's death in 1.0. And look, I'm not a MASH fan, but it just is what it is. My guess is at the very end, there's gonna be like memory loss, like with the timeline getting restored, and like you're not gonna remember. It's gonna be this whole bittersweet thing or something, which I literally won't give a fuck. Or cancer. Yeah, about right. Wait, who hates MASH? What, Megatron? Slothatron? I don't think it's going to be all a dream, but I think you're going to correct the timeline, so you're probably not going to remember. Oh, Lilith. Wait, Lilith? Hold on, these are not the same thing. People, like, VTuber is Sloth. Lilith is the black and pink one. And there's no way that they're referring to both there. You know what? Random Musashi, why not? Oh, because they're doing this crap. Okay. I take it back. They both kind of look like VTubers, but Megatron looks a lot more like a VTuber. Like, they got the setup and everything. It's ridiculous. Starscream, the Autobots are coming. That's pretty much the story. That's what I get out of it. Okay, it's just these guys. That's kind of boring. Well, there's 3 waves. We'll see. She was AoE, right? Hold on, chat. I gotta grab a snack or I'm gonna die, and I don't really want to watch this Infi anyway because it's dumb.
Good music. You're allowed to blob dance, chat. No need to dig. Now you're just making holes in the ground for no reason. I see that we looped. It is crazy how long it took them to give Jolter an animation update. I'm eating Raisin Bran, by the way. What? What even is the point? Yep, that's the Metatron. Makes sense. God's voice, by the way. Who would have thought that the Hebrew God, their voice was a fucking VTuber? Gotta get modern, right? Speak to the people. They're probably all dead. All right, Starscream, where are we dropping? Chat, can we just all agree that Soundwave is cooler than Megatron? Are there any naysayers here? I don't see any no's. What do you mean, eh? I mean, all Soundwaves are awesome. I think he's one of the most consistent characters between the different, like, shows and games. Soundwave is almost always pretty much the same character. I think he changes the least. Yeah, there's a little bit of variance here and there, but... like, even in Prime, where he looks different, he still acts pretty much the same. He just doesn't talk anymore. I don't hate Megatron, though. Like, Megatron's fine. I don't really like him in Armada. I guess I like him at the very end, when he, like, kind of has some self-reflection and all that, but, like, he's just kind of a dumbass for all of Armada. I think he's a lot better in, like, G1, and the new one was pretty good. What was that called again? I forgot. The movie? It was, like, 1. Hopefully that does well enough that they make more, because that was pretty decent. I think Starscream has a lot of variants. Like, his character's kind of all over the place. Like in the War for Cybertron games, he's only kind of a bitch. He's mostly like actually conniving, right? He's pretty competent. Where in a lot of the anime and stuff and like shows, cartoons and all, he's kind of a bitch. But then you got Armada where he's like an anti-hero. So like Armada, he's an anti-hero. A lot of the original cartoons, he's a bitch. In the War for Cybertron games, he's like actually conniving, kind of in between. So yeah, he's all over the place. And then there was Prime where he was an Omega bitch. Starscream. Who else would I be talking about? I think that was pretty obvious. sure why Pope Joan is here, but okay. Probably just because she's a ruler, so they gotta use her. Also, there's Shockwave. Shockwave's good. Like, Starscream is pretty good in Armada, the War for Cybertron video games, and the first live-action movie. And then the rest of it, it's kind of yikes. Now, we could use Ku, but I feel like that's going to be an absolute slaughter. Unless this is somehow a hard stage. That's tempting. Use Proto Ku. Oh my god, why are they doing this to me? 1 minute. I need Qingong. Hopefully somebody slotted him. Gamer. Gareth. Look, I don't hate Gareth, but I'm not exactly a Gareth advocate. Although they do have pretty fun gameplay. Like, for a low star, they're actually pretty fun. Oh god, Proto Ku doesn't have a animation update. Oh, this game. Alright, fine. Fine. We don't use her a lot. Yeah, I could use level 70 Ku. If we lose, we might do that. Ugh. God, I hate this. Gotta do this, then this. Look, the first skill doesn't matter that much, and I was leveling it right now, so... Although, I don't think I have the lance. I'm not using... Nope, no shot. Look how long that took, just to be like, I'm out of Lancer gems. She really needs command codes, but fuck it. We're counterclassing. How bad can it be? Chat, where is my pale rider from? Why is it always Cerberus? I swear this is the most reused boss. Like, it is actually crazy how often they use this guy. Quirky, you gotta do that 3 times. Wait, hold on, chat. There, I fixed it. Alright. At least he doesn't have guts. Oh yeah, he is on a farming stage, isn't he? Chat, I feel like you all should vote for her when you guys pick the next Arknights unit to level. I think we can all agree that that's like a good thing to do. After Diablo Knight, she really deserves it. I'm really curious. No, not Blemish Shine. She's worthless. I'm really curious who is going to win. Look, I want Gun Knight to be our first 6-star tank. I'm just saying. That would be nice.
You know, we could really use a hard survival skill here. This is not gonna go well. There's always Lumen, chat. Or I don't know, Stainless. That damage is not it. I wonder how big that attack down is. Chat, we're getting dogged on. Oh, he's applying more attack down. That is rough. Okay. He doesn't really have a shot there. Now, if we give her command codes and use a better... We'll give her one more shot. We'll give her a real proper try here. Does anyone have like a level 90 Gareth? That would be like sick. Because like big Grailed is too much for this stage. It's not that hard. Like it doesn't have that much health. So it's like, it's kind of good to be a low star, but you need to be a low star that's like got the right toolkit. So like Proto Coup or Coup. Like if you were using 70s and you wanted to solo this, you'd use Coup. Because you have debuff clear. Oh, there you go. It's great. If we whip out a 120 Gareth, that is any 120 Lancer, any will wreck this. I don't think any 120 Lancer would fail. Who's the worst Lancer in the game for soloing? Let me think. Let me look that up. It's not Leonidas. He's actually really good at it. Oh, it's Ben K. As soon as I looked at the list, I was like, yeah, obviously it's Ben K. Okay, a 120 Ben K might struggle a little bit. Evil one, get out of here. But I'm pretty sure he could do it. A 120 is strong. Baldy's pretty decent now since the buff. But yeah, Ben K is the only Lancer I can think of that might fail this stage. Yeah, look, scrolling through the list, yeah, they're all would absolutely wreck it. But okay, I guess my Gareth will have to be the one here. Alright, we need Chen. Alright, we'll give her command codes and all that. The thing is, Chad will either pick something unplayable, like garbage, like Ben K, or they'll pick something ridiculous that will just fucking destroy it. You know, unfortunately, this game just is not like Arknights. I like how the only card she has unlocked is the quick card. I'm not sure I want to use these. I am not spending. I have so little QP. Oh my god. Okay, this is not it. I don't think I have an 80 Canis. Oh, you do, don't you? Yeah, I'd use that. Like, the vanilla can be fun. I don't think anybody has vanilla Liz. Mine's like NP5 or so. I've gotten so many Liz's. I don't know if I burned her so many times that she never got NP5, or if I got NP5 then burned her. I don't fucking know. Max has such good taste, by the way. But it's just so obvious to me over the years. Like every game we play, like Max always just picks goated stuff. Zawcheck. I've noticed Canis is really popular in my crowd, but in the game at large, definitely not. One of the lowest selling banners ever, unfortunately. And it was with Romulus, which is fucked up, and the twins. Both were bad. They didn't do well. Already did the new guy yesterday. Honestly, his toolkit's boring as fuck, which is unfortunate. Well, we got Zaw, but not slotted yet. We gotta wait a second. I kind of like the new guy, though. I don't, like, he's kind of cool, like the animations and stuff. But he's not really a fun unit to play, in my opinion. There we go. Well, he fucking ready. Chat, I would love to make... I wish this boss fight was harder so I can make this a video and use this song. That's actually such a... It's such a good thing to do. But, I don't think this fight is even remotely video worthy. I'm sure we'll fight a hard Cerberus again someday. They use it enough. This is, essentially Cerberus's theme from Arknights. A little bit more complicated than that, but I'm not gonna get into it. Him opening a door like that just to walk a foot is really silly. I guess it's 3 hit. Fuck it, we take these. Oh, that gave him guts! What the fuck? Shit. I mean, we do neutral class all the time. We did neutral today. Funnily enough, we actually used Canis at neutral earlier today. I do neutral like very commonly because it's sometimes all you can do to make something interesting. Or a unit is just so strong that you can like, you know, show off that they don't even need to be counterclassing, right? And it is hard content. Like Kuz beats some hard shit at neutral. Good times. We're just giving Zaw more FP, it's fine. Okay. FP laundering. Kinda true. Oh, I should have done art first to get a little bit NP gain, because we can't hit him anyway. I forgot the gimmick. God damn it, this won't work. We have to change all kinds of stuff. Can we just use Coup? It'll make this so easy. My god, just remove all the debuffs. Don't even care. But we probably need a debuff clear command code, is all. There's so much attack down here. Like the debuff clear from Atlas is not enough. I don't think this stage is really worth all this hassle. Like it's kind of a nothing burger. It's just all it is a lot of debuff. All you do is counter debuff, you win. That easy. Yeah, fuck it, I'm not wasting time on this. I'm like so bored of this stage already. I get so annoyed like just having to sit around doing nothing. Right, now I have to summon Shin, god damn it. Like if we want to use these units, there's gonna be better stuff in like 5 minutes. I hate the support system so fucking much. It just lowers my enjoyment of this game astronomically. We'll at least do 70 coup just to be somewhat interesting here. God damn it, dude. So sick of this fucking game. Like half the time, I've already seen it earlier. I know I didn't say anything, but I should have. Earlier when we had Gareth and we went into the stage, without clicking anything, it was on this screen, not the previous one. So I could instantly change stuff. And then this time, for some reason, it's like the pre-screen, which I don't even know why that exists. And then I can't change stuff. Like, why are there 2 team screens? And then one of them you're not allowed to customize stuff, and one of them you are. Like, there's literally no point. I cannot fathom why the fuck that's a thing. It just no sense. These are absolutely not the best command codes, but I don't even care. Good enough. Like, half the time you start a stage, it just goes straight to this menu where clicking this button will start the stage, and then half the time it will be like that pre-screen where hitting this button will take you to this screen instead, which it's just like, what the fuck? And I've played the NA version, right? And at no point have I ever understood why there's a second team screen that just appears sometimes. And I think the button down there just says like okay or something. Just no point. 10-year-old game, by the way. Yeah, it's the confirm team screen and then the confirm team screen for some fucking reason. Oh, right, he has Pierce. So I've heard Crown Slayer's buff on Arc Knights is decent. It's not like... She's not Yato level or anything. Like, absolutely not. She's still like the worst of the archetype. But people have said it is decently strong. Like, she does a noticeable amount of more damage now. Like, a pretty big extra kick. And then, the longer stun. So I'll look forward to using it, see how it does. Why is my evade gone? How the fuck? What? Not even that. Like how? Like he's got his NP and like what the fuck? Like it was turn 1. We just chin gonged. This always happens if I don't look at the screen. It's like just some bullshit happens. It's like what? Why does this game not have a restart button? Like, holy fuck. Okay, game. I don't need to watch this every time. I just do not understand how that happened though. Like the other times we fought him, that didn't happen. And I guess he just starts at 2 ticks for some reason. Oh, that is so stupid. I see what's happening. I guarantee you that just wasn't happening before. He's killing Chin Gong with a skill, so the taunt isn't ending the turn. That's why all this bullshit's happening. That's just like really stupid luck. That is so dumb. This game can be so obnoxious. I do not miss this game at all, dude. This game is so garbage. Like, I miss Fate stuff, you know, but this game is so bad. It's aged like fucking milk, and they just refuse to improve anything. Like, it just has the most wonky fucking UI. Everything is so fucking slow. You want to, like, especially when you do low stars, and you're having to trial and error something hard, so you have to, like, massively change the team often, and you need command codes to, like, help and stuff. It can take, like, an hour to fucking change things out if it's, like, a whole team, and you have to be very specific. It's just the worst. Like, it's just so dumb that the AI just coincidentally is using his skill, so the taunt doesn't work. Just total RNG. Dude, will you stop doing that? Okay, at least he did the other one. So it didn't matter that. No. So he has one skill that does flat damage and one skill that removes buffs. So he's removing the taunt. Like, it's just so fucking annoying, dude. If he just attacks, then you don't have to deal with any of that. We want to win really fast here. Sucks that the debuff clear there heals me because it makes me do less damage. Damn, I should have brought defense removal command code. I wonder if I could have face tanked the NP and gotten really low in health. Oh, he's dead. Feels kind of bad. Because even if it removed guts, we were still alive. By the way, Ku's a little bit better than the other low star lancers. Just a little bit. Yeah, honestly, if they weren't grailed and stuff, most of the low star lancers would have had a really hard time there. Proto Ku could probably do it because Beast, so he'll kill it crazy fast. Let's see. Baldy might be able to do it. It'd be a little rough at 70, but he might be able to do it. Deermid, if he gets a little lucky, could do it. I don't think Hector and Romulus are gonna have a good time though. Leonidas probably wouldn't have a good time because he goes for a long amount of time, so the boss has more and more opportunities to do debuff player or a buff player. Depends though, like some better command codes would help that fight. Like defense removal. The Canis can blow that up fast enough. Make sure you can kill him really quick. Who to use? Who to use? I don't think it's that interesting of a stage. It's only level 80. This is actually probably just total filler. We had one that had his shit done. I'd probably use him. That's something we haven't used in a while. Jekyll, yeah, what a joke. Could be interesting. Haven't used her in a long time. Honestly, I don't... you know, the way I play FGO, like being a content creator back in the day, you know, was kind of warped. But for like a casual fan, I don't know why people get so dramatic about it. Like, you know, by all means, you know, criticize and call the game stupid because it is. But like, people are like, I'm quitting it, never playing it again. Like, if the story looks interesting, just play the story and then put it down and don't play it again for like a year or whatever, right? It's like, nothing happens. Like, the whole like FOMO makes people not play the game at all, and that just makes no sense. Like, your account is probably strong enough that you can just dip in and out whenever you want, and it won't make any fucking difference. And you probably already have enough characters that you like, and like, it's all fine. So like, if you're like, hey, I want to see the finale, then just, you know, play the finale, enjoy the story, and then put it down and don't play it again. Right? And if another story comes out you're interested in, then play that. Or don't, right? It's like, there's just no reason to like care. Like, people get so dramatic with like video games. I get it when it's like a MMO that you have to like subscribe to, right? So you don't want to keep giving them your money. I get that. But it's like people with Dark Souls, like, I'm never playing this again. Or I'm playing it forever. And it's like, guys, it's just a game. Like, if you feel like playing it, play it. If you don't, don't. It's that easy. I don't know why the hell that would be here, but okay. If I wasn't streaming and making videos, I would probably just play this on this story right here, OC4. I'd play it on the side while I'm like doing laundry or watching YouTube or something, and I wouldn't really give a fuck. And then I would only come back in any kind of serious capacity for the finale. That's what I would do, because I am interested in the finale. What a yikes opening hand. But yeah, I'd autopilot through this because you probably have to beat it to unlock the finale. Chat, why am I fighting a vanilla 550k berserker? They could at least give him a health bar, like, you know, do like 450k each or 500k each. Because like that's still really easy at this point in the game. You can melt that even with a budget team, but you can at least, you know, care and have a reason to use your units. Like this, you have to have beaten so many stories to get to OC4. Like so many. It's unbelievable how much content you have to do. Miss. Unfortunate. We need more filler in our filler chapter. Oh no. I hope there's no OC 4.5. I really hope not. Chat, I don't want any specific spoilers, but like how likely is like a 4.5 for those that have like done it? $50-50. Yeah, it's always possible when I mean, if you look at the OCs in the first place after Lost Belt 7, it's pretty insane that happened. Yeah, they could make it an event. That's definitely their kind of shit. I hate the OCs so much. It's crazy how much I've disliked these. Just basically put the game on ice for 2 years is what they did. I would love to have seen when they talked about this, like why they thought this was a good idea. Well, that was a silly stage. Cool animations on her, though. Way better than most. Yeah, let's see. You got to do Fuyuki, Orleans. Is it Septum after Orleans? Holy fuck, it's been so long. Then Oceanus, London, America. That's when the game starts getting a bit harder. And then Big Camelot, Babylonia, then Solomon. And then you don't have to do Epic of Remnant, although a lot of people have, but you don't have to do it. Then you got Prologue, and then you got Lost Belt 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 5-2, and then what? I'm trying to think, because you can't just go straight to 6, can you? Don't you have to do the event or some shit? I remember it took a long time to get through 5. Okay, so you just have to do 5 and 5-2. I think you just do 6. Oh yeah, it's right. They used to not be. 5.5, right, used to not be, but now you can skip it. That's right. So yeah, now you just have to do Lost Belt 5-1 and Lost Belt 5-2. You don't have to do 5. Like 5.5. Okay, so then 6, and then I don't think you have to do anything, right? And then you can go straight to 7. There's just still so many stories. And then OC1, OC2, OC3, and now OC4. Like, it's so much fucking content, dude. There's a bunch of 0.5s that you can do, but you don't have to, like Epic of Remnant. Which are all just pure filler. Oh my god, a sign. Like 5.5 or no, it was 6.5. 6.5 was like really boring gameplay wise, an okay premise. You know, class card servants are really cool, but the plot did not matter really at all. The only cool bit was the very, very, very end, like when you discover the you know, the base and all that, which, you know, leads into the big stuff. Like that was cool, but you didn't really need all that bullshit. I wish they'd just add class card servants and let us like name them and like customize their skills a little bit. Oh my god, that'd be awesome. And like you could change their colors and stuff. Oh my god, I would use that forever. I guess to be fair, you can't have like a bunch of them. You make it where you can only customize one saber, one lancer, etc., etc. But yeah, it lets you change the colors and stuff, and maybe have like each of them has like 3 skills to pick from in each slot, right? And you get to pick what you want. And everyone's account will have something different, and then you can name them. I think that'd be so cool, dude. That's the kind of fun shit, though, you get in games that aren't FGO. Oh, I saw Tom. I think the home stuff could have been a lot better. It didn't really need to be connected to 6.5. Also, they said originally it wasn't going to be, and that's really obvious. Damn it, this can't actually play yourself. But I would have preferred regular. Why did we even bother? I would have preferred regular Moriarty over the like new youngin one they just kind of pulled out of their ass. I cannot even imagine what the point of that was. Great gameplay, guys. That was really necessary. Jesus Christ. My man. I gotta do command codes. I can't have Billy looking bad. We do a Raj solos now and then. We've done a few. You basically give them a gut CE and then try to get to 200% overcharge. Pretty much how that goes. I hate doing command codes. It takes so long. And especially when you're streaming and you're trying to like keep up with chat. It's just, it's so horrible. There's 10 million pictures. Trying to remember what they do is just fucking stupid. This should be the Abigail one, but I can't find it and I can't be bothered to try to find it. Oh, there it is. Good enough. I really should have done some damage stuff, because Billy crits, but... Again, it takes too long. Yeah, they need preset CCs, and also... CCs are fundamentally done horribly. It's a great idea, but they did such a bad job with them. And here's the real underlying problem with command codes. They're trying to use them as rewards to get you to play events, and they're not a system to make the game better, and that's terrible. So, for example, you don't need... Let me go in here. You don't, like right now, there's like 5 command codes that have defense removal, right? That's stupid. That's just stupid. There should maybe be 2 at most. There needs to just be a generic defense removal command code that should just be stacked. So let's say, you know, you can make I would make the icon not Aya. That's dumb, right? It's a command code. No one cares that it looks like Aya. It just doesn't mean anything. It's fucking stupid, right? Just make a symbol. It's really obvious that it's armor ignore or defense removal, right? And then you have like in the corner, you know, X3. You have 3 of them. Right, and then you've got and if you think something's too strong, you don't want to. You have a bunch of it, then you don't have to do that. Like this one, they only let you have 2, right? So you have X2. We don't need, like right now we have like 3 to like 10 command codes that essentially do the exact same thing with an incredibly random and generally not important side effect. Right, you know, this one removes a defense buff and generates 1 star. This one removes a defense buff and gives you a small crit up. This one removes a defense buff and it gives you a 200 heal. Like, that's stupid. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's so bloated and convoluted, right? Just have a nice clean UI where you've got your defense ignore, defense removal, etc., and with the icon representing that effect, just nice and clear, and then an X, and then let you drag and drop. Right? You know, have the cards up here, right? Billy's cards right up here, and I can just drag and drop them straight in. Jesus, that would make this so much better. And like unlocking them shouldn't have anything to do with events. It should be progression from the main story. Duh. But, like, you already have enough things in events. You don't need command codes to be tied to events. That's a terrible thing to have tied to events. Like, it's a fundamental thing your servants can do, and it's just like random what effects you get from events you're doing. It's stupid as hell. My man Caesar. Giving, I like, that's like the opposite of what he normally does. I wonder how much of an NP down that is. I think he gave us an NP gain buff. We're gonna super waste Merlin, but it's a 90% crit. It's pretty nice. And if you really wanted to make command codes tied to an event, you still need to do it like I described, where instead of all these like random pictures that all do the same fucking thing, and you have 10,000 effects just flying around, you need to streamline that no matter what. But then you need to make the events more like the events in Arknights, where they become permanent in a reasonable amount of time, and you can just go do them and unlock the stuff whenever you want. Hopefully I don't regret that. Might get debuffed here. Surely they wouldn't have him NP charge when you break the bar. They wouldn't do that. Yeah, they let you get the welfares, but that's it. Here's the sad truth, and I'm not happy about this. I know people get mad when I'm like praising Arknights, but fuck it. The truth is the truth. Oh my god. But Arknights, because from like the beginning, it was just designed better. They have a lot easier time with like replayable content, right? So if you start Arknights today, right? You got all the main story to play through, which is still balanced pretty well, and you'll have a nice like growth curve, and it's just a good time. And you can do some of the permanent events along the way if you want to, and like grab the welfares and stuff, like the ones that grab your fancy, and it all plays well, right? And like the Arknights events aren't loaded with filler. They're not. So it's fine, right? Where FGO, the events honestly suck. They're just so time wasty. They're just so much filler. It's so much farming that it's not fun. It's like if you're going through FGOs, from the beginning, you're doing the early stories that are full of filler and suck, you don't want to stop and go do one of the events because it's bad, right? If you have a bunch of like permanent events you can do from FGOs past, they're trash. They're not good, right? They might have some highlights that are good, like fighting Bull of Heaven was awesome and stuff like that, but it's just filler. Arknights is like no filler. The events are generally 8 to 10 stages. That's it. And then you unlock EX stages, it's another 8 or so. And then there's hard mode. But like, it's just gets to the point. The gameplay's right there. Arknights is like so okay with like an event coming out and you doing the initial content of the event in like one sitting, and then not really caring about the event for the rest of the week until the EX stages come out, and then one more sitting, and then that's it. They're completely okay with that. And because of that, the quality of the content is way higher, because they don't have to waste your fucking time with a bunch of bullshit. Let me do this one here, but and because they've had that philosophy from the very beginning, and this is the problem, because FGO hasn't. Arknights has always had that philosophy. It's always been quality over quantity, and there's not a bunch of bullshit filler. That with time they've grown this giant library of lots of fun things for you to go do, where FGO doesn't, right? So let's say a new event comes out in Arknights, and you do the initial story stages, like day one, and there's a new unit, let's say the new welfare and maybe a new Gacha unit you got, and you want to use them. And that one sitting of those like 8 new stages they added, that's not enough, right? You're like, I want to go do more. There's plenty to go do, right? And there's game modes that don't take AP, right? Like there's a stam, sanity. You can just play it, the roguelike and stuff. So there's just this big backlog of fun things to go do, that if you are waiting for like an event to unlock its hard stages or whatever, it's no big deal. Where FGO, if there's a time lock on like the challenge quest or something, you have nothing to do. Nothing. Okay, we're about to get slashed in the face, but we're fine. Have not needed my battery. Big crits. Grail front blows. It's so shallow. The only Grail front I liked was like that last one with the dragon fruit thing. That one was okay. It wasn't amazing, but that one was okay. But like Grail front, and the proof's in the pudding here. So Arknights said, the dev said, that they put about 1.5 years of development time into their roguelike. That's a lot. And it shows because the roguelike in Arknights is not shallow. It is a very well-developed game mode. You can tell with Grailfront, it's not like that at all. They just slap, it's the same, copy-paste structure that they made originally, and they just kind of slap it together really quickly, and it's very shallow, right? None of the Grailfronts really have any replay value. Once you've, done it, there's really not any fun in doing it again. FGO really has that problem, and it's a shame because FGO's inherent combat system doesn't need to be that way. Their inherent combat system's fine, right? Like, you can have perfectly good content in this game. And it's just aggravating because I do like when I am fighting a boss that is like an enjoyable fight, and I have a team that's fun to play and everything. I enjoy the game a lot, thinking about my turns and how to approach it, and sometimes doing the boss again with a different team and seeing how that's different and stuff. I really like that in FGO. I really do. It's actually quite nice. But just due to the way they've designed the content over the years, they just have never done it with any degree of replayability. And they've always like focused on just like wasting your time, like literally, like all the events you have to farm free quest over and over and over and over and all that shit. There's so much of that in FGO because they want you playing almost non-stop during like the 2 weeks of an event, but they don't make enough content to do that, so they get you to do that by just making you farm a whole lot. It's just garbage, right? Arknights is over there like, yeah, for the 2 weeks this event is up, you really only need to sit down and take it seriously for like 2 settings, and you're good. And if you want to go play a different game or just go do something else in this game, yeah, no problem. That's infinitely healthier and it's way more replayable. Because if you want to dip into old events in Arknights, it's just brisk and no problem. You want to fucking dip into old FGO events and you're gonna have a bad time. I think the best, one of the best experiences in FGO, if you're like a new player right now, is if you kind of early on in your account's life, maybe like right after beating Guadia or something, you do the CCC event, the main interlude, because it's the event with all the filler cut out, or most of it anyway. Like, they got rid of all the farming and stuff, and if your account's not super strong, the boss fights there are still pretty good, and there's a lot of them, right? And so the pacing is nice. Just like going through it, doing like the medium difficulty boss fights and a couple of hard ones. I think that's actually a pretty good experience. But that's one of the only things in FGO like that. And if you get to Lost Belt 5 too in a reasonable amount of time, I think that's aged very well. And that's a good gameplay experience. And Camelot's pretty decent if you don't get carried by supports. Right, they had a pretty healthy amount of like boss fights happening. It does have a lot of filler, but I think that's a pretty decent experience still. Again, if you're not getting carried, which is kind of hard not to get carried now, but yeah, those 3 things are like a good time. And some of the advanced quests, if you do them the second they unlock, right, as soon as you unlock them, some of those are actually pretty fun too. But if you wait a long time until your account's super established, then it'll be a breeze. Yeah, I know. I've seen that. Anytime like a big, it doesn't have to be a VTuber, but anytime a big streamer, but it's normally a VTuber, let's not kid ourselves. But anytime a big streamer is getting into FGO, every time they get to Gwaine, they just tell them to summon, the most over, like level 100 or 120 Archer or Berserker from their friends list, and they don't even realize it's a boss fight of note. They don't even, it's just stupid. And the streamer then never learns anything. And by the way, I've seen this a bunch. I've seen a lot of people say this, like on Reddit and shit, talk about this. It makes people think the game is really pay to win, because the game and the community will do everything possible to get you to cheese everything and not understand anything, so you never learn a damn thing. And then they try to do a challenge quest from they finally get caught up on the story and they do their first like proper event that might have a slightly harder challenge quest than normal, and they can't do it because they don't understand team building. They don't understand why you like the balance of damage, support, tank, all that. And they cannot enjoy it. And I've seen that a lot. And they just like, wow, these challenge quests are just fucking lame. And it's like, you just have to have like this just bullshit roster, but you don't. I mean, let's be real, a few challenge quests suck, right? But most challenge quests are very doable with a reasonable account, as long as you understand your units and how to use them, and you've got like some variety in your roster. But the game just does the worst job of teaching you that. Where I think, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I think Arknights does a very good job of showing showing the player like what to do and like ramping up at a good rate. So when you do get to Tallulah, for example, you can handle it. If you do a new event and you have to fight a hard boss, you can handle it, right? Like I think they do a much better job. I should make a second Arknights account sometime. I just have a lot of fun on my main, and like unlike FGO, you don't really need an ult account because all the content's replayable. But it would be nice to see like chapter 1 through like 6. You know, there's no point in me replaying because they're not designed for max level characters. But like if I make a new account, then they will be. I've watched other people do it though, so I've seen that it holds up pretty well. It's not really about the. I don't think the tutorial stages matter that much. I actually think those are kind of pointless, to be honest. Because that doesn't really have anything to do with how to be good at Arknights. That's just explaining a gimmick. That doesn't mean anything. But like, what I mean is like, for example, the first really major boss is like the Centurion Sarkos guy, which is just, hey, this guy attacks 2 enemies and hits a bit harder than you would expect, right? And like the second boss is Crown Slayer, where it's just, hey, look, this enemy, when they get blocked, they teleport through you, and so if you don't have like a backup block or something, you know, you're gonna have an issue. Everyone makes fun of Crown Slayer, but a lot of people, when they literally first get into the game, right, and their units are E1 or not even, you know, a lot of people actually do bleed Crown Slayer because they're just not ready for that, right? And it's kind of showing you, hey, look, some enemies can be tricky. And they just ramp it up. You know, they ramp it up slowly. You know, you got Faust and Mephisto and all that, and so on and so forth. And then it ramps up a good bit, you know, with the second Frost Nova fight. And then it ramps up a little bit more with Patriot. And then it ramps up a good bit with Tallulah. But, like, they're just kind of, you know, slowly introducing, you know, more things that get you used to. Because I remember when I was very new, very, very new to the game, I didn't really see the point of units like Yato and Gravel. But then you start seeing, like, the rocket drones. Like, oh, they target the first thing around them, so you could throw out a unit like Gravel, bait the rocket, and then send them back, and hey, look, now my units aren't going to get shot in the face, right? They introduce that mechanic at that point is pretty obvious, right? But later, there's a bunch of other shit that you might want to use a fast redeploy for, right? And like, that's what FGO needs to do, right? You need to have like a boss fight in Fayuki or Orleans, where maybe they give you a story support David, right? And like the enemy gets their NP on turn 1 and it's AoE, and it's like, hey, look, you can click David's evade and your team is safe, right? And then you could later on do something with like George, where you can like protect the important unit with David's evade, right? And you prevent it from getting pinged off because George is taunting, right? You just giving you reasons to do that stuff, and maybe at least one time pointing you in that direction so you know that stuff exists. And then introducing boss fights for you to approach it in how you want. That's a much better way of doing it, and you just do slightly increasing, you know, complexity. And then that way, by the time you're done with the story and you're off doing challenge quests, you actually understand fucking team building. And like they should give you reasons to like understand zerging and like doing nothing but aggro, damage versus like balancing your damage with your defense and sometimes stalling and all that. Like, you need to learn this shit. Because, like, most of Arknights' learning is pretty organic from just, like, slowly increasing the difficulty and giving you a lot of enemies. Not even bosses, sometimes just regular enemies or elite enemies that kind of just, like, clearly demonstrate the value of certain things, right? Like, those rocket drones are a really good example of that. And FGO can do the same. Like, you could have a trash mob in Orleans that gets its NP every turn. Right? There's all kinds, and if you're not a strong account, you may not be able to one-shot it that easy. A big thing FGO's got to do, though, is they've got to change the support system. It just, you can't let people just unleash hell until they're at, like, you know, even after Guadi at this point, right? So, like, you either need to have no access to support and you have to use story support, or none at all, or the supports are, like, nerfed, right, to be a reasonable level. Until later. Once you get far enough, then you shouldn't do that anymore, obviously. I think some of the devs do and some of them don't, because they've had a lot of, you know, they have pretty high turnover from what I've seen. Over the years, there's been some boss fights that are so excellently made. I'm like, yeah, they definitely understand what's up. And then there's some that are so badly made, they clearly don't. So I think over time, there's been a lot of different people in charge of challenge quests and main story boss fights, I suspect. And maybe even not just that, just different time frames, right? They have X amount of time to test it. And because I know some of these stories, they're cutting the deadline real close. So yeah, I think that's a big part of the quality control issue. Thoughts on FGO servant balance? It's pretty bad. It was good for a long time. I actually think it was excellent for a long time. I would say for the first like 5 years or so, maybe not 5 years, maybe like 2 years. I think the balance was pretty good. They only had a couple of slip-ups, but as time has gone on, it's gotten really bad. I think the state right now is kind of atrocious. There's just way too much OP stuff. And the power creep has resulted over time, and I know this because I've been playing this game for a very, very long time. It's gotten to the point because NP generation has gotten so much freer. Stars per turn, all these like powerful effects are so much more common, and looping is so easy that NPing every turn for low stars still can't do it, but for like wailing out or, you know, meta slave accounts and stuff, NPing every single turn is incredibly easy, right? And getting so many stars from passive effects and like all that, like not from quick cards, is easy. So and if you go to like Reddits that aren't about FGO, but FGO comes up, like a general gaming forum or something, and everyone says the same thing. It's like the gameplay is just stupid. It's just people NPing every turn over and over and over and over again, and it's just silly, right? And it is. It's just dumb as fuck. Because this game's got fun mechanics with like balancing out your NP gain and your star gen and your straight card damage, and who NPs and who you focus on. Do you focus on your support getting their NP, or your damage dealer, or you hybrid it? You know, you're bringing a tank or not bringing a tank. There's interesting decisions to be made, but when you're just NPing over and over again with incredibly overpowered stuff and supports as busted as Castoria and Merlin, none of that core gameplay matters anymore, right? It doesn't even slightly matter anymore. And the game that is there in place of it sucks. I'm just gonna say it. I don't give a fuck about all these like meta whales anymore. Like all them getting mad. It's stupid. Like the way FGO plays when you have all the strongest servants is terrible. That is not good game design. That is not should not be the goal of how to play in this game, because it's unfun, right? Like imagine designing a game to be that way, right? It's ridiculous. Everyone's looping, everyone's doing just so much bullshit. And then if you are using like low stars now or like just newer account stuff or what have you, and if you're not able to do that bullshit and you fight some of the harder content, it's just dumb, right? It's not like, it feels terrible. I wonder if this is a real boss fight. Let me see. It's level 88. Could be. And you have to bring MASH. My favorite. I would do a Mori setup, but the game is not really gonna let me. I mean, you could kind of do it with MASH. I would like to summon something that I would use anyway, but I never can, dude. Like, I would use Qin Gong, but they're all gonna be level 1, etc, etc. I hate the support system. Finally, it's like, it's not on my least favorite thing, but it's among my least favorite things about FGO. Like, it destroys your team building so fucking much. Like, I have to either summon a unit that is way too strong, or I have to summon a unit that has absolutely no synergy with what I'm doing. That's generally your only two options. But you have, if you want to like do specific stuff or like challenging stuff, you have to make an ult account so you can slot like the medium stuff that is what you need.
Yeah, but like, it's not the craft essence I want. It's like, it's all fucking wrong. Like, Mori is so specific. I cannot stress this enough. It's like, Mori needs an incredibly specific kind of team. I'm just booting up my ult account now. Yeah, Fluffy's still the hardest. There's a couple of challenge quests that are real close. And maybe harder, depending on like what kind of setups you have. Actually, definitely. There's apples and oranges, right? Depending on like what your account has. There are some challenge quests that can be harder, like for sure. But for main story, Fluffy's the hardest. It's not close. Oops, I accidentally booted up Arknights. I'm not even kidding. Habit. Whoops. Dude, I hate this game. I'm so sick of fucking playing this game. I'm so close to just stopping right now. It's not even the game. It's not the game. I'm not mad when I'm like got the team set up and I'm actually fighting an interesting boss that has mechanics and stuff. I always enjoy that every time. I am so fucking sick of dealing with this fucking support list and having to change command codes around every fucking time, and restarting goes through 8 loading screens, and just this fucking slog of this UI on it. I'm so sick of it. Like, it's unbelievably bad, and I'm so sick of everyone acting like it's not, right? It's like everyone's just sitting here in a restaurant that's on fire eating shit salad and acting like it's a Caesar salad. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, these devs have so much money, and they can't figure out how to optimize, like, keeping the map loaded behind the fucking selection screen like Arknights does. It's just crazy, right? Like, the amount of time, like, and just the support system is so fucking annoying. Like, I every time I'm, like, not streaming, and I just cannot be bothered to make a video, it's not because the boss is too hard or too easy, or it's never because of that. It's because I am so fucking sick of having to log on to multiple accounts and have to relog every 5 minutes to actually summon a support that I actually want. Right? I am so sick of having to either summon Merlin or fucking Bob, right? It's like, I just want to summon, you know, Hans or Qingong or David, or which I already have. I have those things, right? So if I could just use mine, it wouldn't matter, right? But like, I'm so done with it, dude. And it's such a stupid reason to not want to play the game, right? It's such a dumb reason. I should not be this burned out and this frustrated because of the fucking UI, right? I should be annoyed at like the lack of boss fights or something, but it's not that. Like, I can get through the boring content and enjoy the boss fights well enough. That's never been the problem. Again, every time I've never ever been actually in the middle of FGO gameplay when it's like a real challenge quest or a real main story fight, and I've never been like, this sucks, ever. I never feel that way. I like it. It's fun, right? I like balancing out my supports and my damage and all that, and I genuinely enjoy that. But every time I have to look at this fucking screen and I see a million supports that are either completely worthless to me or outrageously overpowered, and I have to boot up my alt account and think about what should I slot and what craft essence and all the motions I have to go through to do that, and then they don't show up and I have to refresh, I have to log in the ult again, and then I find out the boss fight is really extreme in a different way, so I have to change the team entire. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I just am so tired of it. Like, I just want to play the game. I don't want to deal with your stupid fucking menus anymore. Like, I swear to God, I cannot be the only one that feels this way. Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because the quality of life and UI in this game, I cannot think of a game that's worse, right? I play games from the fucking 1990s that have significantly better UIs than this, right? And this game's been out for 10 fucking years, and these clowns can't figure out how to do a loading screen, right? Like, it's so mind-blowing to me. Like the fucking game deloads the basic UI and the map every time you go in. Look at this. Why are we having to load this? Right? This is the same game engine as Arknights, and Arknights just keeps it loaded in the background until you start the stage and they know you don't need it anymore. Because they know you might need to back out, so you don't want to have to load it again. Right? That's so basic.
Like, are you kidding me? Like, holy fuck. Like, it is the worst UI I have ever fucking seen. And the support system is so fucking frustrating. Like, I don't even get it, because Epic 7, Arc Knights, all these other games, they don't make you use it. They're like, yeah, if you're stuck and you want to summon an OP friend to make it easier, you can. But they actually discourage it. Most of the games discourage you from using the friend system. Because like in Arc Knights, right, if you're stuck on a boss fight and you can't beat it, you use the friend system, you beat it, you know, no big deal. But if you're wanting to like farm a stage to use the auto system, right, you can't use a friend. They won't let you, right? To unlock the ability to autoplay it, you must beat it with your own characters, right? So they discourage it, right? FGO is the only game I know of where you have to use the support system. You have to. And not only do you have to do it, sometimes they make you use, you know, a specific unit. Like here, I must bring my MASH, and you know, I must bring the support unit. And then sometimes they make you bring another NPC unit. It's like, what the fuck? Like, why is it? I'm so tired of it because I actually like the game, right? That's it. If I hated the game, if this had like just the worst boss fight, you know, boss fights ever, then I would just not give a shit and not play it at all. Right? But I'm like tempted to play it because I actually do like the boss fights most of the time, and I like a lot of the Fate characters a lot, right? And I like the you know, like the aesthetic of you know, the Fate universe. So maybe not as much anymore, but I used to when it wasn't all VTubers. So like I want to play the game, but then every time I play it and I remember that I have to deal with, I mean, what I'm looking at right now is exactly what I'm talking about. None of this. I don't want to summon any of this. This is all stupid. Right, like Mori doesn't need any of this nonsense. Obviously Merlin would be good, but that's OP. Like Hans is just not a good support for Mori. Like, just doesn't work that way. He's okay, but it's like, that's not what I want, right? I want a Chin Gong with a Star Bomb, which I have, right? And we say, oh, bring yours and just bring a different support, but then it's just dead, right? I don't want to have a random unit on my team that's not supposed to be there that does nothing, right? That's why the fuck would I want this? Like, it's the shittiest thing of all time. And that's why, like, if you're actually making videos, like, I get so sick of the YouTube comments that, like, I and other, like, you know, budget people will get. Because, oh my god, there's a rare thing on the team or something. And it's like, bro, no, you realize how much effort you have to put in to not bring something OP like Castoria or Merlin, right? It's like, it's not even realistic anymore, right? It's like, look at the support list. Everything's OP as fuck, right? It's either OP as fuck or just the most pointless thing that there's no reason to bring it at all, right? And that's how everyone plays. Everyone just sucks it up and just summons, like, you know, whatever OP thing is there. They just summon Castoria, right? Or they just summon Merlin. They just, yeah, whatever, right? Because they're good and they'll work no matter what, right? So they just do that, which is fine. That makes sense. But like, that's how people actually play the game, right? And like, when you're trying to make stuff where you're not doing that, they make, all I should have to do is click a button right here that I just don't use the support at all. That's all you gotta do. Just click a button. I don't use the support. I just bring my units. It's fine. That's why I like the rare, like Ort. Ort was so nice. Like, everyone was in the comments was like, oh, this must have been so annoying because you had to do command codes for all these characters. And yes, that was annoying. But it really wasn't that annoying because I could just pick the fucking unit that I wanted to play and click the start button. I just got to play the game. It was great. Right now, I wish Ort was a bit harder and stuff, but like, I literally just got to click character I want to use, start the stage. I didn't have to deal with this dumbass fucking balance of trying to find a support unit that makes any fucking sense, right? Like, it's just, most people I just don't think are going to relate to this because they're just going to be like, well, I just summoned Castoria, right? But like, you know, why would I make that a video, right? It's just not, there's no point. And like, I don't like the meta of this game, right? Like, the meta makes the game so easy and boring, and like, I don't want to play that. Because if I am going to play that, if I'm going to use Castoria every fucking stage, I'm just not going to play the game at all. But it's like, the other option is dealing with the worst fucking support system I have ever seen. Like, right now, I want to use Mori. This is why this is so shit. I want to use Mori. But I'm not going to because the amount of hoops I have to jump through if I actually want to use Mori is just too much. Right? I'm not gonna fucking do all the 5 million things I have to do to get a normal ass support here, right? and Mori doesn't work, right? If I use like Hans, Mori sucks. Like Hans and fucking VR Mash is trash, right? So I have to use something more general, right? Like Jalter, right? Because now this works, right? This is now a perfectly serviceable team. But like if I'm like, oh man, Mori's my favorite character, which, you know, he is one of my favorite characters, and I want to, you know, use Mori because I like him. The game is just like, nope, fuck you. You're just gonna have a terrible time. And all they had to do was let you not bring a support, like every other video game ever created. Like, I just don't understand. And it's because Nasu just has his head up his fucking ass, dude. And I've seen enough interviews in other games with him that I know he's like this. It's like he just gets on these things where he wants it his way, and if the player doesn't want to do it the way he thinks you're supposed to do it, he doesn't want you to be able to do it. He's just so fucking about that. It's like he wants the immersion of you have to use MASH right now. Like, fuck off, dude. No one plays this game to use preset units. That is not the draw of these games. The draw of these games is I like X, Y, and Z. I don't like, you know, D, J, and Q, right? So I want to use these, right? But nope, you can't do that. And like Nasu just doesn't understand video games. I'm just gonna be like, look at how he handled the remake of Tsukihime. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, because he's a writer, he's not a game dev, and that's not a crime. That's not a crime. But then why the fuck is he so influential over the fucking video games? Like, holy fuck, dude. Like, I don't know a lot about marine biology, right? So don't put me in charge of any of that shit. Like, are you kidding me? And it's just, I've had to deal with this fucking support system for so many years, dude. I've just lost my mind. Like, I'm so sick of logging into FGO and having the desire. It's like, yeah, I want to make a Lubu video. You know, I just made a Lubu video, right? I wanted to make that, right? But it took way longer to make it than it should have because I was so fucking tired of dealing with the support system, right? I don't want to do this, right? I want to just log in and play. Right, I want to just, you know, plug it in and go, right? Like, I can boot up Lords of the Fallen right now and just play a video game and have a good time, or I can plug in FGO and like pull teeth to try to do anything, right? It's miserable. And it's like the only video game I really feel this way about, right? Where it's like the UI is just so bad, it's in the way of the game that I actually like. Because other games, there's plenty of shit video games, but they're just shit all the way through, so it's the easiest thing ever to be like, yeah, I'm just not gonna play that. It's just crap. I don't have the desire to play them. Like FGO, I unironically have the desire to play sometimes, right? I actually like, yeah, I want to use like Robin Hood and Boudica and do a whole arts team thing and anti-Roman stuff, right? But then the game's just like, you know, this is gonna take you an hour and a half to set a team up, so yeah, have fun with that. And what I find is over this last year or so, I couldn't make content, so all the reasons ever to not play the game, but you know, I just don't play it anymore because I'm not gonna jump through all these fucking hoops for this stupid game. Like, it's just, the game is not worth it. It's just not. I wish it was, and like actually, it's not that I wish it was. I wish it wasn't dumb. You know, I wish I could just play the gameplay. I wish I didn't have to deal with all this. Like, who the fuck? It's mind-blowing to me how many people still put up with this game. Although, to be fair, this game has lost most of its player base. It really has. This game is not relevant anymore. It just makes money because the whales are so fucking stupid. Like, they just keep throwing money at this game for every fucking character they add. Like, somehow this travesty of a video game still makes money. I mean, like, Nasu's allowed to do what he wants with the stuff he makes, right? And that's fine. But my thing is, it's like, the people around him and the companies involved, you don't let a writer dictate this much of a video game. That's dumb as fuck, right? So, like, Sony should be smart enough to be like, no, right? You know, like, fix your UI, right? Optimize the game. You know, it's a video game. Make it a good video game, right? But the fact that like all these people, like the devs and the publisher involved, just allow this game to be such a joke, I just think that's completely unacceptable. Because the thing is, Nasu's not a video game dev, right? So you shouldn't really expect them to get this shit right. Yeah, and like FGO is just in such a unique spot because it's a popular IP. It came out when there weren't that nearly as many gacha games, right? And there's just a lot of people that are just, you know, hooked on it because that's their like drug of choice now, if you will. And you see that with MMOs and stuff. You know, whatever MMO people got into, it survives even though it doesn't deserve to. Like, wow, fucking World of Warcraft does not deserve to still be around. You know, if a new game came out with that kind of game design, it would fail instantly. It's just you have all these people that have invested so much in it, they got the sunken cost fallacy all over their face. And so they just can't fucking let it go, and they just keep getting milked for eternity. I wonder if we can do, we can probably do 200k here without the NP. God, Jolter, when you're fighting rulers, though, is just so easy. You don't have to work for it. I actually think paid skins need to happen because you like, yeah, we don't have any paid skins. You also barely have any skins. And what skins you have are terrible quality. And because they don't sell cosmetics, they have to try to make, like, I don't see how people don't understand this logic. Because this game doesn't have typical, because it's a free game, right? Like, I think paid skins in a game you pay for is dumb, right? So like if you spend $60, you shouldn't have to spend $5 to get a cool skin, right? You should be able to get that cool skin from playing the game and like doing something in the game, right? So that argument I completely get. But in a free-to-play game, the game must make money. It must. It will shut down if it doesn't, right? So free game must make money. And selling skins like League of Legends is fine. It's fine. You're not gonna get fucking eye cancer because you didn't get a skin that Bob did, right? It doesn't fucking matter. And if you sell skins and reasonable like things like that for money, you don't have to be so fucking scummy with everything else, right? You don't have to release a new character so often. Like FGO is constantly having to pump out new characters, and you can tell some of them are not artistically inspired because they're meeting a quota. They're not like inspired to make the character right now, right? That happens all the time in FGO. And like a lot of the scummy shit FGO does is because they don't have a good business model, right? They're constantly having to do like the coin system. But I see all these people like get mad about wanting to add paid skins, but they hate the coin system. Like, people gotta understand the game has to make money, right? So you're not gonna have your cake and eat it too. It's trade-offs. You pick what would you rather have? Stupid shit constantly getting added to the game to keep making you roll for the characters you already have, right? So you have to get NP 45 of Jolter, right? Would you rather have that, or would you rather have paid skins that you don't, they're just completely optional and don't affect anything, right? Like, Jesus Christ. Right, like, people are so fucking stupid, dude. Like, they don't understand you're not gonna have your cake and eat it too. You must pick a fucking lane. The NP88 Canis. Just watch, dude. Watch them change the level cap to 150 and add more reasons to have coins. I mean, 150 would be more reasons to have coins, but... Yeah, and like Arthur's sword popping in and out of existence, that happens because it's free. So they don't delegate a lot of time to it. You know, they don't want to put resource into it. And I will say this, if you're going to do paid skins, you should probably do some free skins every once in a while too. Right, and you need to price them reasonably and things like that. Also, we almost broke but didn't, feels bad. Well, to be honest, I suspect FGO is going to get worse and worse. Because they don't do any of the smart things that we talk about all the time. And they don't bring in new players. And they are losing players. They're not going to just sit there and let the money fade away. They're going to do something, right? And historically, what they've kept doing to try to offset their losses in players and stuff is just keep milking the whales, right? Like, just keep on milking them and get more out of them until they can't get any more. right? And because, and you can see it because look what they've done recently. Look how like they've added so much crap to get you to roll more and more, right, on characters you already have. Like that, they've been doing a lot of that shit. I can't remember if she's AoE or not. She probably is. I kind of fucked up when we didn't break that one health bar. That messed up a lot. It's FGO, so AoE. Yeah, I do agree. Whenever I don't know, I assume AoE. Because these days, they add so many more AoE characters than single target. Wow, that damage resist she has is actually really extreme. Mash didn't give a fuck, though. There might be an NP damage resist or something. Hey, look, it's AoE. Asclepius would be the perfect servant right now. It's always hard to tell if it's like all buff block or if it's a specific thing. Alright, well, let's see what kind of damage we do with an attack down and one attack up. Any fun battles? Nothing crazy. It's been a lot of like medium difficulty stuff like this. I mean, I don't know if I'd even call this medium difficulty. I mean, this would be hard with like a low star berserker. I don't think it'd be that hard. Like, Mori could definitely handle this with a proper setup. But like, it's enough to care. Like, honestly, this, I will give it to this story. You're getting medium difficulty stuff a lot. Oh god. Yeah, with Mash here being used well too, you could definitely do this stage pretty easy. But anyway, they're giving you more like decent fights than normal here. It's not that bad. The story's dumb as fuck, and I'm just sick of FGO's shit in general. Like with the UI. FGO is so unique for me because most games, if I don't like them, it's just, I'm like, yeah, fuck off. Because generally, if one thing's bad, other things are bad. But like, the fact that I like the boss fights, and I like a lot of the units, and I like the team building, but then it's so slow to do the team building because the UI is so bad, right? Like, it's very bizarre. Where the UI is just so bad. It is so bad. I would never want to play a game with a UI like this. But then they have characters I like and a universe I somewhat care about still, and you know, boss fights that I generally like. That just makes it very awkward. Like half of the game, I'm like, yeah, I like this, and the other half of the game is just like torture. I don't have any sunk cost fallacy. That never affects me in anything, and I didn't spend any money on this game. I've never had sunk cost fallacy with any game I've ever played. Like I'll play all kinds of video games, and if I'm like, even games I've like invested, you know, money into or something, and once I've had my fill of it, I just, yeah, it's that. I won't put money into something that I feel like I would have a problem letting go of, right? I won't put money into it. I put money into something. It's a value thing, right? It's like if right now I think, let's say I'm going to put $20 into a game for whatever reason, or a real life activity like going to a movie or whatever. I'm like, is this thing going to be worth $20 right now? Not, is it going to be, will I still be okay with this thing a year from now? I don't, that's stupid, right? So if I put money into it and I was fun then, that's all I need it to be, right? And so, for example, a lot of gacha games, the amount of money you have to spend is so high, that's why I don't do it. Because it's not worth it, right? For like however much time I think I might still play the game or enjoy that unit or whatever it is, it's not worth $300. Right? Would you spend $300 to watch a movie one time in a theater? No. Right? And when I look at gacha games, that's what they look like to me. That's why it's so easy for me to be free to play in these games. Yeah, the only reason like I have this on and off again relationship with this fucking game is not because of sunk cost fallacy. It's because I actually like certain aspects of it a lot, right? That's the entire fucking reason. I like making videos. It's fun. It's so fun. Editing is probably one of the greatest passions in my life. I love doing it so much, right? I like aspects of the Fate franchise. You know, I love Fate Zero, and you know, I like the characters of APOC a lot, and Fate Strange Fake, and all, lots of things in Fate that I like, in a big time. A lot of the music here is good, right? I loved fighting Zeus and Lost Belt 5-2 and Ort and all that. These things were great, and Guadia was great, right? So that's the reason I have an on and off again thing with this game. But I will say this: this is where the content creation is like kind of toxic and is bad for me, because if I was not a content creator, which I'm not really anymore, you know, I'm more retired now, but if I didn't make videos sometimes and stream, I wouldn't be playing FGO like this. I wouldn't be getting frustrated because I wouldn't be putting up with it. And that boss fight there, or I wanted to use Mori, but then the UI was just like too much bullshit, so I'm like, fuck it. If I was playing off stream, I just wouldn't even entertain doing that at all. I would just cheese it and get through it. I wouldn't give a fuck about OC4. I would just cheese the shit out of it while I'm watching YouTube, right, and eating a snack. And I would wait until good content is added, like maybe the final boss. I'm like, oh hey, this final boss of OC4, that's good. Okay, now I'll take it seriously, right? Or and if it's not, I just fuck it and then wait until the finale, right? Because outside of being a streamer or whatever, right? I don't care about OC4 at all. Zip. I don't care. I'd rather be playing Lords of the Fallen right now, or Dark Souls Invasions, or fucking Plants vs. Zombies, right? That's what I'd rather be doing right now. I care about the finale, right? I very much want to play. I very much want to see the 2.0 finale and see what happens in the story. That I want to see, right? And so in my own time, I wouldn't stop playing FGO entirely. I would just play it lightly, right? I would play it on the side, you know, typical mobile game stuff, and I just cheese the shit out of it, right? I just super cheese for all the content I don't think is worth it. I just cheese it, right? And if I see, oh hey, this boss is actually really awesome, then I'd you know, play that boss and deal with it then, right? But because I'm streaming and all that, it just, I have to put up with all this stupid bullshit that I don't want to. So yeah, we should play more Star Wars. That was pretty fun. We kind of got sidetracked with Arc Knights. This is probably just trash mobs. But basically, chat, what I'm getting to, what I'm building up to here is I'm actually saying fuck you to most of you, because I'm not gonna care anymore. I'm just not. It's just, I am so, like, how do I put this? I am in such a different place in my life from when I started playing FGO like 10 years ago, and I like a lot of, really like a lot of my regulars, right? And the thing is, they're not going anywhere. I don't have to do anything special to keep Ace around, right? Or Kiba. I don't. All the people that only watch me for like the really particular stuff, I don't care, right? It's like, I don't care. Like fuck off. I just don't. I have so much more to do with my time, right? It's just, it doesn't fucking matter. No, fuck you. Yeah, I know you don't mean it. But it's like, it's just, FGO is not worth the effort I put into it anymore. It's just, it's absolutely not. And I have so much more fun doing other things, right? Like, FGO just isn't, it's just not, it's not like worthless, right? It's not worthless, but it's not what it used to be, right? I don't have as much fun with it anymore. I have fun with it, but not to put up with this bullshit anymore. And like, it is like so sad, because I'm basically like, you know, changing the way I play and like doing things I don't really want to do, not because the game's too hard or not fun, right? Like, the gameplay's not fun when you use low stars or whatever. It's that I cannot be bothered to deal with this fucking UI anymore. I'm so goddamn tired of it. I'm just, there's like, anything else is more fun. I've enjoyed every video I've ever edited, honestly.
the making videos is never a problem. It's actually the opposite. Like I love video editing more than just everything else. Like it has to do with the game. Like video editing is just my absolute favorite thing to do pertaining to this whole thing. Like I've never ever had a problem editing a video. Now there's been times maybe because of like real life stuff or other things I want to get done or whatever, where I might be on like a time crunch that I don't enjoy, right? Like that's absolutely happened. But the process of editing has never burned me out at all. Actually, I really can't express this enough. This is like, I don't think a lot of people can relate to this because most people hate editing and they see it as a chore. I have the opposite problem where I have the urge to edit and I can't because there's nothing worth editing. Or I don't want to put up with FGO to be able to edit something. This has happened to me many times in my life, even before FGO existed. Like a long time ago. I would like record shit in Vindictus just because I wanted to edit something, right? Like but it was a real problem because I'm sitting here like I want to edit, and there's like you can't. That's the thing about editing is it's reliant on something else existing, right? It's not creative. Like if you're into playing the flute, you can just create something with the flute, right? Editing inherently doesn't work that way. So you can't just do it, right? But yeah, holy fuck, at no point has like the content, the actual content creation part of it ever bothered me even a little bit. Now, what has maybe bothered me is like, you know, idiots on the internet, you know, and that kind of shit, and dumb YouTube comments or whatever. Although most of that's actually enjoyable, I would say. I would say way more of the stupidity on the internet has been enjoyable than not. But there are times you're like, holy fuck, I don't want to deal with this. I mean, I've made other non-FGO content. I have. But it's the same thing. It's like before, you know, this isn't unique to FGO. Like, I don't know, like 15 years ago or whatever, I had this problem where I was just sitting there like, man, I want to edit, and there's nothing to edit. It's like, you can't make yourself be passionate about something. Have people not learned this about me? I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think most movies suck. I think most anime sucks. I think most comic books suck. I think most video games suck. I think good eaten is rare. It's very rare, right? So there's not, you know, I can't make myself be passionate about something, right? Like a lot of games come out and I'm like, wow, this is talk shit, right? And I'm not interested in making a video for it. Or you've got maybe you have a video game and it's just not a good game for making the kinds of videos I make. Right? It might be good for making videos of like someone else's like style of content, but it just doesn't fit like what I do, right? Or maybe the optimization is really bad, and if I try to run OBS, my computer will catch fire or something, right? Like, there's all kinds of reasons why it's like you can't just make a video because you want to. And like also there's a point where it's like, what is the point? Like why make a Plants vs Zombies video, for example? There's 10 million people that have already done that and done it really well. Why, who the fuck cares? Like this, there's no reason to do that. Level 77? We're going down. What I'm getting out of this is we're going to be summoning Hans a lot. And like, mark my words, I really think people have misunderstood some things. If a game came out that I was super passionate about and it was good for making videos, right? Like it fit the style that I want to do, right? I would do that. It's just that easy, right? Like if a game came out that I thought would be a good format for what I like to do, I would do that, and I do occasionally do that, but it's not like, you know, doesn't come along very often. Just fighting every class under the sun here. Oh, you know what? Darius. I don't know why I didn't use him earlier when I needed an AoE berserker. The hell is wrong with me? That is not Mordred. But yeah, I am unapologetically very picky, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I have standards, for fuck's sakes. Don't accept slop. I think most games are trash. I think most movies are trash. Like, 'cause when you have read a lot of good books, for example, and then you read some dumbass book that's super formulaic and not inspired, and you can tell the writer's not very wise and is like making straw men out of every fucking thing that they disagree with, and I'm just like, I'm not going to enjoy this, right? I'm not an idiot. Like, bad writing is, I'm not gonna like fool myself into enjoying. It's like, you can't force yourself to believe something you don't believe, for example. Would have been nice to have an art card, but what are you gonna do? I mean, I'm gonna be honest, most AAA mainstream, like, North American games, I think are so bad. I think they're so fucking bad. It's some of my least favorite, like, shit ever made. I think, like, North America modern video games are just an absolute travesty. They're so artistically bankrupt. They're created by people that don't even care about video games. They're just fucking garbage. Most stuff Mega Break, but Mega Break 1 is not North American, and it's not actually out yet. But I do like Mega Break. There's plenty of stuff I'm looking forward to, but they're normally like niche things, indie games, you know, weird stuff people never heard of. You know, like right now, like the games I like really am looking forward to are Mega Break, Vandictus Defying Fate, Elden Ring looking good. Elden Ring Night Rain, that's pretty mainstream. That looks good. But yeah, that's pretty much it I can think of. My issue with Elden Ring is the PvP is pretty dead. It's really hard to get activity because the matchmaking is so bad. Right? There's enough people online, but the way Elden, like, I can jump on Dark Souls 3 and get an invasion pretty quick. If I jump on Elden Ring, I won't. Right? Even there's more people on Elden Ring, but I can't get a match. And if I do get a match, it's normally not very good, right? Like, it's gankers or it's newbies or whatever. You know, it's just the natural organic PvP experience in Elden Ring is pretty dead right now. So that I don't really play it because of that. Yeah, I am looking forward to Ninja Gaiden 4. I'm not looking forward to it as much, just because historically they've done so poorly with that IP. You know, I love Ninja Gaiden Black. Oh my god, I love it. But every other Ninja Gaiden game, they found a way to fuck up. So, I don't really have... I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I hope it blows my socks off, and it's the... You know, I have a great time with it. And it might. But, you know, it might not. I don't have... Vandictus, I have a lot of faith in, because the network test really showed that they were really designing it like the original, like, Season 1 Vandictus. And I really liked Season 1 Vandictus, right? So they have my confidence because I played it. I've seen where they're going with it, and it's looking good. Damn, he doesn't give him the NP buff. Yeah, that 33 just looks boring as fuck to me, to be honest. I don't think it's badly made. I think it's very well made. But it's so not my cup of tea. I'm not really that interested in it. I'm glad it's successful because it looks like it's well made. But yeah, that's not... What I've seen of it does not draw my attention, like, at all. Like, I mean, just not at all. I just do not care about it. And you got like Oblivion, right? That shit's boring as fuck. I have never understood why people like Elder Scrolls games. And don't let me stop you. If you like it, that's great. You know, have fun, enjoy your stuff.
But every Elder Scrolls game I've ever played, I just thought was so boring. The dialogue was so wooden. The combat was just the most brain dead. Just trash, dude. X Explorer, thank you, dude. 38 months. Like, I remember a long time ago, Total Biscuit said that Elder Scrolls games have, like, the width of an ocean, right? So much content, so much to do, but the depth of a puddle, right? And that's completely how I feel about them. You just have all these dungeons and all these towns and all these NPCs and all these quest lines, and they're all terrible, right? I don't care that there's 10,000 of them. They're all shit. That's like that's a real issue I've got with a lot of modern gaming, is it's so much quantity over quality to the point of just absurd. I don't need a 10-hour or a 100-hour game. Give me a 3-hour game that's good. Like, fuck. Like, yeah, sure, if you can give me a 100-hour game that's amazing, I'll take it, right? Like, but I don't want 100 hours of mediocrity. I will say, if you're gonna do a turn-based game, I do enjoy that like Paper Mario injection, right? That kind of stuff can be cool. The main thing about like 33 is like it's those kind of games are still a hard sell for me. They're not really my cup of tea, and then like the aesthetic and everything, I'm just like whatever. And to be fair though, I haven't watched that much of the game, and every time I've seen it, like I watched Ouroboros play it the other day, and he's my favorite streamer. So I tune in casually because he's playing it, and he was just in a menu. And then so I'm watching on the side, and he's still in a menu, and he's still in a menu, and he's still in a he never got to gameplay, and I just went off and like did something else. And it's been a lot of that. Anytime I've seen it, I'm just like, okay. I mean, I've seen like a few seconds of gameplay every now and then, and it's just like, okay, it's like turn-based. Okay. And it's like the character designs, whatever. I don't hate them. I don't love them. They're just there. So it's so unappealing to me. Infinity Blade, that name sounds familiar. Was that like that really old mobile game that was like one of the like original mobile games that wasn't shit? I know that was like that. This is so long ago. This is like when phones were so new and like there weren't a lot of games on phone. I remember there was some game that had something Blade in it or something like Sword or some shit. And off memory, it was kind of like Warframe in terms of the aesthetic, kind of. A little bit more grounded though. But it was kind of, you know, sci-fi swords and shit or something like that. And I remember it was kind of famous for being like one of the only good games on mobile that was like a proper video game. I don't remember what that game's name was exactly. I swear it had something Blade in it. And this is old as fuck, man. This is like 17 years old or something. But yeah, I may not be thinking of what you're thinking of. That's what came to mind. Did they ever make like a proper PC version of it? Because I only ever heard good things about it. I remember, like, because back then, I didn't have a smartphone or whatever because they weren't really popular back then, and I didn't see the need for one. But I remember seeing it, like, I was like, hey, if I had a smartphone, I'd play that, but I wasn't gonna get a smartphone just to play it, so I was like, whatever. And then, I kind of just forgot about it. But I remember it did look pretty cool. I would hope that developer, like, you know, maybe made a remaster of it, put it on Steam or something, because I'd play that. Fuck yeah. Plants vs. Zombies was amazing. That blew me away. Like, I played that, you know, kind of recently. It was, you know, way after the game came out. And, yeah, that was amazing. I never played Angry Birds. I know of it, though. Like, I know what it is.
what's fine. You know, it's a casual game, obviously, but nothing wrong with that. I can think of a lot of video games though that I love to death, but they're more increasingly older games. And like, occasionally new games come out that I like. And like I bitch about Elden Ring a lot, but I still like Elden Ring, right? That's still a very good modern video game. You know, I wish the boss design was, the philosophy was different. You know, I really do, but it's still a good game, right? I can boot it if I don't play Elden Ring for a long time and I boot it up and play through it again, I'm gonna have a great time, right? So it's a good game. But holy fuck, yeah, there's modern games, Jesus. A lot of garbage. Oh, EDF, Earth Defense Force 5 and 6. Oh, love those games, so good. I haven't beat 6 yet because I mostly want to play with my friends and I can never get them to play it, but I've heard Lego Star Wars is really good. I played some of the original ones, like when they first made them, but I haven't played any of the more recent ones. I kind of wanted to play one, but I looked at Steam and there were so many, I didn't know which one was which and like what was the good ones, and I didn't bother to look it up. But one of these days I'll probably do it. Sky Children, never heard of that. Get it from GOG. Interesting. What is the good one? 'Cause I know there's like the Skywalker Saga and there's like the Complete Saga and shit. There's a bunch of them. Like I don't know what is the. I know one of them is considered super good, but I don't know which one it is. So what's this Sky Children thing? Also, you have Pope. The Complete Saga, I believe. Yeah, I'll check it out. I stream that because I think they're like pretty comedic games that could be fun. I think a big issue video games have now, and I suspect Beastly agrees with me here. A lot of like older games are they're just creative, right? It's not like they exhausted all of the ideas. That's not what happened at all. Because a lot of the like concepts that old video games use don't exist anymore. Like no one makes games like that anymore. We've gotten into we found like these set genres that are perfectly fine, right? Nothing wrong with them. But because those genres are so known to be liked and accepted by a wide audience, games always how do I put this? They like put their game as a skin on top of that established genre, right? And that's all we do now. That's it. That's all we do. And there's so much of it, and it sucks. It blows. Like with older games, you just see so much creativity where they created a game for what they wanted to do, right? And they created a genre for what they wanted to do. But it's fine to make a game that's similar to another game. That's fine. Being derivative is totally fine. If you want to do it for a creative reason, not because it's just that's what's popular. Yeah, especially in the 3D era, that's true. Yeah, people really, it was the Wild West at the time with like 3D engines and stuff. Abzu looks awesome. I've seen that. That's like the water game. That looks fucking amazing. I played a few games like that, like the Journey style of games. I played a few like that. I generally like them. Like I like Abzu, you know, as a actual mythological figure. So, and I like water, so that game looks really awesome. Yeah, it's a lot of shareholder stuff for sure. The shareholders want guaranteed return on their investment. They don't want to like even if the return on investment could be higher, they don't want to gamble. But it's saturating the market, and I think it's choking over time. And a lot of these big North American devs, especially, are not doing well. I mean, they've been sucking. It's not just North American. Some of it's European too, like Ubisoft and all that. Like. A lot of mainstream shit's not doing so hot. So what's the Sky Children game? Like what? I've never heard of that. More Cerberus. What the hell is going on? 1 second, chat. Let me get water. It's like a Journey style game. I see. Gotcha. I could talk about amazing video games for hours on end. I can think of just an incredibly large list of video games that are amazing. And I'm sure chat has a lot of video games, you know, that are really good that I don't know about. And that's kind of why I can't stand mediocrity or just like absolute stupidity. Like with FGO being around with all their money, all their fucking money, and all this time, they can't figure out how to do a UI correctly. A UI, right? And I don't mean to like belittle UI designers. Actually, it is an art, right? Anytime anyone that's played a game that just has a great, intuitive, snappy, and optimized UI, it's wonderful, right? It is absolutely an art, right? So the skillful people that know how to do UI design properly really do stand or noticeably, above their competition, right? It definitely stands out, as it should. But when you have this much money and time and stuff, there's just no reason to have a UI this shit. There's no fucking reason for it. You could hire any UI designer you want to fix this shit, right? They just don't want to. They're just being cheap. They're just being lazy, right? Like, they're like, well, we're already making this much money, so why do that, right? That's like why FGO pisses me off so much, because you have all these other games that have done it so well and know what they're doing. Oh my god, it's one of those stages where people can like slot specific things for the stage. That's probably a sign that it's an actual boss fight. I'll keep that in mind. That's kind of a hint that it's a real fight. They definitely have flagged some stages like that, though, that really are not real fights. Ons check. Yeah, so anyway, games like Journey, though, are kind of interesting thinking about it, because generally I hate exploration, but it's not in... Games like Journey are fine, because the game is the exploration, right? So it's generally designed well, it's the whole point, right? What I don't like is you have a game that's about something else. You know, it doesn't maybe have a great story or whatever, but it's got great combat and shit like that. And then they just waste your time having to go left, then right, and then go backtrack, and then go here, and just get to the fucking boss fight. You know, that's what I actually want to do, right? That kind of exploration I can't stand. It's just filler. Filler sucks, all right? Like, filler is garbage, and it just, I don't need my game to be longer. I need my game to be better. And if that means it's shorter, then fuck it, I don't care. And I find exploration, not always, of course not always, but I find exploration is often used as padding. It's just fucking waste your damn time. That is definitely something I respect a lot about FromSoft, is that's a genre of game, third-person action, you know, RPG stuff. That's a genre of game that is very common, that they use exploration in a very shallow way that is just to waste time. But FromSoft does an excellent job with their exploration, especially in their Dark Souls and Demon Souls and all that. I think Elden Ring is a bit of filler,
but they make exploration fun. It's an enjoyable experience. I love Lords of the Fallen with its big update, but their exploration is trash. Holy fuck, they're trying so hard to be like Dark Souls, and they just not. They don't got it. They don't. That's not the same level of like talent there. I think Colossus is pretty bad, honestly. It's just the gameplay is really bleh, and like, it's so contrived. Like a lot of the boss fights, like what you do to get the Colossus to do the thing you need makes no sense, and it's stupid as fuck. Like you stand in the right cubby, and that makes the guy with the beard bend down, but all the other cubbies you won't bend down, and like the fucking bird guy just flies down for no reason. It's just stupid shit, and like it doesn't play good. It's just not. The boss fights are kind of stupid as hell, and like the combat is nothing, and it's just like, okay, it's a good aesthetic, right? I think the game's aesthetic is good, but yeah, I don't think it's very fun. It's funny. I told the story before, but my friend Tusk used to be a huge. He played Shadow of the Colossus when he was young, and he had great memories of it. And then one day we sat down, hooked up the PS2, and he played it, and he's like, holy fuck, this game is terrible. And it is. It's a bad game. Ico, I never played. All I know about it is kid with helmet, holds hand with girl, and so that needs to be censored immediately. That's way too lewd for the masses to handle. So yeah, that needs to be stopped. Yeah, I've heard Kingsfield also has good exploration. They're just FromSoft has a real knack for that. That's I think what it is they hire people and they value it. They're not using it as filler. They're like, hey, let's put effort into this. Where a lot of other games use it as just bullshit filler. And also, a lot of games that are trying to copy Souls, they're misunderstanding, right? They hear that these Souls games are awesome with these multi-layered levels that overlap on themselves and all this complexity. And so they're like, oh, okay, so we do that. And they make their levels ludicrously convoluted. It's like, bro, that's not what makes them good. What makes them good is it's well designed, and it happens to be overlapping and shit like that. It doesn't have to be, right? When FromSoft does linear stuff, it's still good level design. Like the quality is the important part. Okay, that picture, this is the most accurate thing I've ever seen. This is exactly how I feel about it. This expresses my deepest thoughts perfectly. And this is not every open world game, but it's most of them. And also a lot of RPGs. I like Tales of games, but a lot of their exploration is just a waste of fucking time, dude. Like, it's just padding. It's just padding. It doesn't offer any. This picture is amazing, by the way. This is that needs to be like my background, I swear to God. That's the best shit ever. That's the rightest right that ever wrote. Why am I fighting Cerberus and a dragon? Also, why do I never start with Darius' quick or art card? That would be nice. Look at this double buster. But like games that have actual exploration, like Journey, right? They're making the exploration, the content, right? And they have great environments and stuff like that. So that's why that shit's enjoyable. Like an open world game, not at all. Yeah, true. Yeah, I'll look up that Sky game, the Sky Children. I've heard I should play It Takes Two so many times. I don't even know what it is. I just know it's a co-op game. And I can never get anyone to play co-op, so... yeah, that has not happened. I can get Poi to play co-op. Poi is like the one person that will play games with me.
Oh, and I play games with like my real life friends, but their taste is it's just not that kind of stuff. Let's see. Nah, we'll do. I was gonna do the NP up command code, but fuck that. Yeah, I just like how much focus there's been on more content equal good. It's not. It's more good content equal good. More content, if it's bad, is bad. Quality over quantity, people. Well, that was nice. Oh, there's 2 waves. Oh god, I'm like wasting shit. Uh-oh. I know of mouthwashing. I didn't play it, but I watched someone else play it, so I'm well aware of it. The writing for the character you play as, who is ultimately the villain, let's be honest, is really well done. Really, really well done. You know, the pacing of it, I don't think is the best. And I think the graphics have a hard time selling the aesthetic. But the writing is good. The concept is really good. A lot of people have pointed this out. I'm not like unique in saying this, but like the player character is very well done, because like a lot of people don't understand the evil they're trying to portray. They really don't, and they straw man it, right? They don't understand like what the actual psychology is of, you know, whatever ex-villain archetype they're trying to portray, where mouthwashing wasn't like that. They really understood what the fuck they were doing, and it shows, and because the writing is quite good there. That's kind of my point, actually, about like FGO not being that well written. You know, their dialogue in FGO is just, you know, it's so much better in something like mouthwashing. So much fucking better. Like it's a joke to even compare the two, really. And yeah, that's like the big thing with me, you know, it's when you get older, and even when I was young, though, I think I had a decent amount of quality control. I was exposed to good writing quite early in my life. I don't know why I didn't taunt. That would have been smart. But anyway, you know, once you've read something that is done well and like understands nuance, and this is a big thing for me. This is like the thing. Doesn't matter if it's a book, game, movie, doesn't matter. The writer is always going to have their own bias, right? And that's just part of, you know, being alive. But a good writer knows when they're biased, and they know how, even if they don't agree with something, they don't agree with a mindset, a philosophical view, whatever it is, they are able to portray it honestly and not be a straw man, right? And a lot of people can't do that anymore. Never mind writing, they can't do that when they talk to somebody. They'll be communicating with someone, maybe they disagree about politics, and they can't, after the argument, they cannot repeat back to you the actual view of the other person. They'll give you a bastardized straw man version of their view, right? That's just immaturity, right? A good writer is like, yeah, I don't agree with this viewpoint, but I know what the people that do agree with it think. I know what their actual motivations are, and so they portray it properly. That's incredibly rare these days. But if you're going to have a grandiose story, or a deep story, you have to be able to do that. You have to. You have to be able to understand the viewpoints of other people and other religions or political views or whatever. You have to be able to not just parrot them. You have to be able to understand them. You have to be wise. That's really what it boils down to. To be a good writer, you need to be wise. And a lot of fucking people are not wise, and so we have a lot of horrible writing out there. And you have all these fucking people growing up on like fan fiction that think this shit is good writing, and it's like, oh my god, just like all these people, like, if they like Genshin Impact, that's great. That's fine. You know, if they like FGO, that's fine. No problem. But, you know, when I have to listen to these people act like these things are literary masterpieces, I'm like, okay, now you've crossed the line. All right, well, this guy's about... I keep forgetting there is a second wave. I'm out here blowing all these resources that I don't need to use, and there's more enemies to come. So, whoops. I'm trying to think of what gacha game do I think has the best writing. Everyone says Limbus Company, but I don't agree. That shit was not that great. That was not the worst thing I've ever seen, but that was a lot of like, I finished my college course and now I think I'm a writing genius, and because even though they would like halfway do some writing stuff right, they would do another half wrong, and they would, it was so weird because like they understood that they could have like narration about like, explaining like this character does this, but then they would randomly still have exposition dialogue that they didn't even need. It's like, what the fuck? Like, it was so weird. Like, over-reliance on exposition dialogue is always a big sign of bad writing, and gacha games are full of that, which is so weird because, like, they're visual novels, so they have visuals to cheat. So they, it's so weird. Like, visual novels need exposition dialogue the least out of, like, all mediums, other than, like, movies. And yet they use it the most, right? It's fucking madness. But anyway, Limbus still has a lot of bullshit exposition dialogue that doesn't need to be there. But it's okay. The writing's okay there. I don't think it's amazing. I think it's so oversold, but it's okay. But I'm trying to think if there's anything better than that. Yeah, FGO's horrible. Oh god, FGO's got some of the worst dialogue I've ever seen. They have moments that are fine. Right, they'll have like a scene that they take extra seriously, right, that will have good dialogue, but overall, the dialogue is really bad. Yeah, I really can't think of a gacha game that I think has good dialogue, like really well written. I can't. I think like, ooh, that sucks. But all the like MiHoYo games, holy fuck. They'll have moments where like a character's motivation is really interesting. And shit like that, like Serval's side quest in Honkai Star Rail, I thought was really interesting. They have a lot of shit like that, like Venti's side quests with that, like, about death and everything. That I related to that a lot, like a lot. The writing's garbage, but like, you know, my dad died when I was 17, and as you get older, it's like horrifying when you start to realize you're starting to forget what their voice sounded like and shit like that. It's so fucking horrifying, right? And that's like a big part of what Venti's side quest about. That's a really like interesting thing to make a story about in a game like that. It's very unique, and like I can appreciate that a lot. But the execution's not great, right? They have all this weird filler at the start. The dialogue is kind of you know, but I can still really relate to and appreciate that, right? So I like it, but I'm not like, just because I relate to it doesn't mean I'm delusional and like, oh yeah, the writing quality is good. No, it's not. And I wish, you know, they obviously, you know, had some inspiration there, because I don't think some rando would even think of that, but they weren't able to execute it on it super well. Funnily enough, the best writing in MiHoYo stuff is always the side NPCs that aren't voice acted. And I've seen a lot of people talk about this. Again, I'm not like the engineer of this, but it's kind of obvious that the higher ups don't like curate it. And you've got like some random people like on staff that are actually good writers. But they're not in charge, and they're not, you know, and like the main quests have to follow certain regulations and blah 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 blah. But these like random people on staff are allowed to do these side quests and like filler dialogue, and that shit's way better. It's some of it is great. Some of it's either like legitimately funny or actually somewhat deep, right? Like some of these random snippets of unvoiced acted side stuff or hidden dialogue and shit like that is actually good in their games. It's like the best content in MiHoYo stuff, and most people will never even know about it. And that's why it's good though, is because like they're not having to deal with, I guess, the corporate what do you call it, like committee. Yeah, like curation by committee is the worst.
Creation by committee means you're trying to appeal to everybody, and you're not actually appealing to anybody, and you're not like, you don't have a singular vision that you're really living up to. Yeah, I know that one, Ace. A lot of people have talked about that one. It's fucked up. But yeah, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. Yeah, what is up with all the English stuff? I know there was a bunch of voice actor drama, like with the union people. Did they just remove their voices from the game entirely? Like, what did they do? If I was them, I would just recast. And here's what you always do. I've known lots of companies that have done this. I even know people in real life that have done this. When you need quality voice acting and you don't want to deal with the professional scene or the guild or unions and shit, get stage actors. Look around in some cities in your area, find the local theater scene. You will find incredibly talented actors, and in stage acting translates very well to voice acting. Just do that, and they'll work for a reasonable pay and all that, almost always. And you can get unique voices that no one's ever even heard, right? Not instead of the standard stuff. Not that there's anything wrong with some of the standard voice actors, but it can be really nice to have unique stuff like that. That's what you do. So if I was MiHoYo, that's what I would do. I was like, all right, let's just go around to the theater scene, a bunch of cities, find some talent that aren't going to be a pain in our ass. You know, talk to them, make sure they're going to be okay with like the long-term stuff, and you're not going to be jackasses. And there you go, good to go, no problem. Yeah, most of them, I've seen some of the stuff with like the Pieman voice actor. They're full of shit when I've seen. That union is so garbage. They try to act like they're trying to protect people from AI, but that's not even what they're doing. Like they're trying to be a monopoly. It's ridiculous. Fuck them. I don't know if Mordred's NP is even worth doing here, but I want to do it. Yeah, MiHoYo may not know what I just said. A lot of like other devs do know that at this point. Like that Star Wars MMO, right? That's what they did for a lot of the Empire stuff. They needed a bunch of voice actors that were English, and that's not easy to come by. And they're like, what do we do? And like, let's just hit up the local theater scene. And they found a bunch of English accent like actors and stuff, and it's cool because they actually listened to those actors and they gave them a lot of good ideas and stuff. Because honestly, that Star Wars MMO, the voice acting quality is so insane, like how good it is for how much content is in that game, right? Not every quest has got to your voice acting, but there's a lot of content in that game. 8 class stories, so many side quests, and it's so much voice acting in that game. And the quality is so good. And you compare that to Elder Scrolls, and it's like a joke, right? Like they both have a massive amount of voice acting, and then the Star Wars, it's great quality voice acting for the most part, few exceptions. But then the voice acting in the Elder Scrolls games is it's like 3 people that don't know the context of what they're saying, doing the entire script. They're not even bad voice actors, it's just they have no context and no voice direction. They're doing like just every character ever, and it's terrible. Yeah, if I was MiHoYo, I'd just recast. Fuck them. Like, keep the ones that aren't being assholes. I know some of the voice actors aren't being jackasses, so keep all them, that's fine. If they're, gonna play ball, then that's no problem, but fuck the rest of them. No one gives a shit about Paimon, dude. So Armored Core 4 has some like mainstream voice actors from back in the day. A lot of them aren't mainstream voice actors anymore because it was a long time ago. But it has some mainstream voice actors in there. But they actually got a lot of people from radio, and they're actually quite good. Like the guy that does Berlioz, which is one of my favorite Armored Core characters, he's voiced by a radio guy, and he does a great job, like super good. And Joshua O'Brien, who's kind of the original Rusty, also voiced by a radio guy and does super fucking good. And what's really cool is not only do they have good voice like talent, but they're just very unique voices because they're not in the voice acting sphere generally. So they make the characters like very one of a kind. It is always sad when, you know, you find maybe a character in a game or a movie or anime or whatever, and you like the voice, and then you find out their voice actor is fucking insane. That doesn't happen very often in my experience, though. Thankfully, most of the absolute crazy-ass voice actors I really didn't like to begin with, and most of the voice actors for like English that I really like Crispin Freeman and stuff, are not insane. So there's no problem. But I'm sure that's happened to someone where they like a voice actor's performances, and then they're like, oh god, they're a Twitter gremlin. This is a stage actor? What, curse you, Bale? I'd believe it. I know FromSoft, FromSoft works with the same company, I forget their name, but they work with them in all of their games. They did it like since Demon's Souls. And they work with them. I love this because people always treat the English version as like the lesser version of Souls games, but it's so dumb because they generally work with the English stuff first. And the early Souls games didn't have Japanese voice acting. They were added later, like way later, they ended up adding it in. But yeah, a lot of their games, they only had English voice acting, and FromSoft worked really closely with these translators, and yeah, Beasley got it. And they're fucking awesome, and they work with a lot of stage actors and like indie actors and stuff, and they are so fucking good. They are just immaculate, and it's just so sad that I saw like a long time ago, like From talked about this. They worked so closely with these people to like be really particular about, you know, the lines and the words chosen and everything, and it comes through, right? Like the quality is there. But then you have all these like morons on Reddit that are like, and the original Japanese version, it's like that there wasn't an original Japanese version, you dumb fuck. Like, oh my god, that was such a thing in the era of Dark Souls 1 and Demon's Souls. They didn't originally have Japanese voice acting, right? And that was like a artistic decision by Miyazaki because he really wanted the games to have this like Western, you know, medieval, almost like fairy tale kind of thing going on. So he thought, yeah, English voice acting, that's the way to go. And yeah, you have all these just idiots on Reddit. It's just so fucking stupid, dude. Yeah, because Miyazaki grew up reading like medieval storybooks, and he only knew like some English, so he didn't understand it. He had to like fill in the gaps, and that's kind of like his inspiration with Demon's Souls and Dark Souls lore, and you can see that very clearly. With Kingsfield, I know Miyazaki wasn't involved, so I wonder why they did that there as well. I'd be curious what the reasoning for that. Why did that lady just get reduced to ashes? Aren't they already in hell? Is this like double dying? Double tap. It's crazy when you like listen to some old-timey producer talk about like crazy shit from back in the day and like just like how things were made. It's really interesting. I wonder what Souls would have happened if they didn't sell to Katakawa and like how the company would have turned out. I don't think Katakawa is good for them at this point. Katakawa is at least good enough for them that Katakawa like understands they shouldn't fuck with FromSoft. They get that they get that they don't get it. Like Katakawa is aware of their own ignorance, right? So they know they shouldn't fuck with the Golden Goose. So credit to them for that, but their existence is just bad because, you know, we saw them almost get bought out and all that, and there's just so many problems. I would love it if FromSoft could buy themselves, but it's very hard to do that. You need a lot of fucking money. it's almost impossible to get money from the things you do and use that to buy yourself. Oftentimes you can't do that unless something happens to like lower the company's value a lot. You generally have to have like money coming from something else, right? Like someone like Miyazaki becomes an author and sells something that makes more money than like 50 Shades of Grey, and he uses that money to buy the company, right? Like you need something crazy like that to happen. It's very difficult to be like working for Kadokawa and then with the money you get from Kadokawa to buy yourself, right? That doesn't generally happen. It can happen if like a company crashes and burns or something like that, but unfortunately I would be very surprised if FromSoft was ever able to buy itself. But if they did, that would be sick. Oh, you know another game dev that I actually respect? I don't actually play a lot of their stuff. They don't really make a lot of things like in my cup of tea, but I actually do respect Riot a decent amount. Like they're not perfect, but I think Riot does make pretty good quality stuff. Like Valorant is not my kind of game, really. I prefer more like Quake shooters, but you know, it's a very well-made game, and you know, good for them. And like League of Legends is a very well-made game. It's just human beings are toxic as fuck, so good luck with that one. Like a lot of people hate on Riot, but I honestly, like, League's problems are not really Riot's fault. I think I'm just gonna say it, competitive games are always going to be like that. Humans are fucking stupid and toxic as hell when they're in a competitive environment. You get a lot of people online in a competitive game, they're always gonna be shit. Every fucking like host I've ever ran into in Elden Ring is an asshat. I mean, that's just what happens. But they put out pretty good quality stuff. Like TFT is well made, Arcane was well made. Like, I think they make quality stuff. They don't typically make a lot of stuff I'm interested in, but I think they make quality stuff. Do you respect DW? Absolutely not. I don't think there really is a lot to say about it. Every time I see people get mad about this, they don't really make any points at all. Like, in terms of actual product quality and effort, I think they are extremely good. Subjectively, they don't do much that I care for, but I mean, you can keep saying that, but you're not actually making a point. It's like put up or shut up, and this is always what I see when people get mad over Riot is they can't say anything. All they have is subjective shit. Because the thing is, I'm biased against Riot, right? I'm very biased against Riot. I hated playing League of Legends. They fundamentally do not make stuff that I like, but I can recognize that they put in effort, and they're not pumping out schlock like Ubisoft and EA and all these other fucking companies. They just subjectively do things that aren't my cup of tea. But it's like, if you can't, I don't think we're gonna have a very productive conversation here if you can't see the quality difference between the absolute schlock that comes out of mainstream video games versus like Valorant. It's fine to not like Valorant. I don't like Valorant, but I can easily see the effort and like design put into it. They're worlds apart. You know, it's kind of like you don't have to like a restaurant's menu, right? But you can appreciate the quality of the ingredients. And it's not like, I don't think Riot is, you know, as good as FromSoft, for example. But like, look at Riot, and then look at like their a real competitor in almost all respects, Activision Blizzard. Right? You know, they both, you know, Riot's working on an MMO. They both had MOBAs. Blizzard's died. You know, good job. They both have shooters. You know, Activision Blizzard's in charge of Call of Duty. Riot's in charge of Valorant. And it's so night and day. Right? Like, Riot's quality control is astronomically higher than Blizzard's. Right? And they're direct competitors, right? It's like, one of these things is a clown, and, you know, the other one is actually making video games. Crazy. Now, if Riot could actually make games I care about, you know, that would be great, but they definitely don't do that.
I wouldn't really say these are creepy. They're maybe a little odd. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too used to some of this shit. I don't know. I can barely think of any American gaming companies at this point that I like. Riot is owned, you know, by a Chinese company, but the developers are mostly North American. There's some European in there as well. What about Path of Exile? I looked this up the other day and I forgot. Was it Grinding Gear Games? I get the feeling they're European. I doubt they're North American. Oh, New Zealand. Okay, yeah, that explains why they're actually good. Owned by China. Yeah, that's most of the time. Trying to think. Valve's good. Yeah, Valve's good. They're not a great video game developer at this point because they don't really make them. But I mean, Valve's good. Again, you know, I just don't trust people that like just can't see the difference, right? Of course, Valve sometimes has to do typical corporate stuff to make money. All right, so they're not your friend. You know, they're not saints. But Valve is overwhelmingly good for the game industry and articulates truths that are good for both the customer and the business, right? Like the whole piracy thing being a service problem is just fucking true, right? So yes, Valve does things sometimes that, you know, aren't, you know, great for like the individual consumer and stuff, but overall they are a massive boon for the industry. And like there's so many people that are like, oh, Valve sucks. They're just stupid, right? Like, yeah, they may not do stuff you want or like, and they may sometimes do greedy stuff. But compared to EA, Ubisoft, I mean, holy fuck, man. Like, it's just, there's such a difference. Yeah, actually, I'll give you a good example about Riot having good development practice and understanding, like, they're just smart, right? So Arcane wasn't much of a net gain for them, right? And you'd see people online bring that up, right? I'm sure a lot of you have heard about this because it was kind of a famous story. But a lot of people would point out, you know, LOL, Arcane wasn't actually that profitable. But Riot's like, nah, man, this is great because we don't really care if the, you know, show itself makes a bunch of money. We want, it's good for the brand to make quality stuff that's not like shallow garbage, right? And because that makes people like our brand more, and they might buy merchandise, they might play League of Legends, they might, you know, get a skin, right? And so even though the one product doesn't necessarily do incredibly well financially, right? Because obviously it was very popular, but it didn't make a lot of money because it's expensive to make and shit like that. But that's intelligent, right? Understanding brand value and doing things sometimes that aren't going to make the company money right now, but it makes the consumer happy because it's a good quality thing, right? That in the long run is better, which is fucking true. And that's proven by a lot of, you know, smart companies. A lot of the short-term cash grab stuff, you know, might work for a while, but it doesn't really pan out. Like, Ubisoft is dying right now, right? They got like, bought out already, I'm pretty sure. You know, it's just... Riot consistently articulates things like that are just correct. And again, even though they don't make games I personally like, they are generally of pretty high quality. I tell you one thing, though. When Gabe Newell dies, we're fucked. Oh my god, we're so fucked. That guy is like, he's like the dam holding back the water. The amount of bullshit he has prevented from becoming mainstream in the industry over the years, it's a lot. Like, it's a lot. And yeah, once he's gone, we're gonna be in trouble. Yeah, he's pretty old, unfortunately. The thing is, just because they stay private won't matter, because the new people in charge aren't necessarily going to have the same values or simply not be as good, right? They may want to do what he did, but that doesn't mean they're going to be able to. And unfortunately, look at Lord of the Rings, right? Tolkien passes away. His son understands it, right? But you know, it's like he didn't make it or anything, but all he can really do is preserve it as best he can. He prevents it from degrading much, but that's all he can do. And then another generation, and then it's fucked, right? And that's generally how it goes. Most like wealthy families lose their money in 3 generations because you got the person that worked super hard, made a lot of money. The one person, like the son or something right under that person, that gets that and still works pretty hard, and tries to maintain it. But then that doesn't really pass on to that kid who's in a spoiled shithead who rolls on waifus in gacha games and tries to act like they're important because they got, you know, all the every new character in a gacha game, that kind of shit. More common than you would think, by the way. And then yet they waste the money, and they're not out there making their own company or doing anything to maintain the value, and then the fortune's gone, right? Boom, dead. And that's very common. Like 3 generations or so is very common for things to degrade. Same for, unfortunately, I don't see why video games are gonna be any different, right? I think they can, you know, good companies like Valve might last a generation, maybe a generation and a half, maybe 2 generations, but you know, it's just gonna fall apart. And it's pretty much, it's always like that. It's always like that. A lot of old-timey music, right? If you follow like what happened to the rights to the music of like a lot of old-timey like classic rock and shit like that, and you see where the rights ended up, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, who owns that shit now, right? Like, it's crazy. And video games are gonna be the same way. Like, holy fuck, man, when some of these, because we think these companies are too big to fail, but I mean, people die. You know, Miyazaki's gonna pass away and so on. You know, then what happens to FromSoft, right? Then what happens to the Souls IP, right? These things are gonna, a lot of these things are gonna outlive us, and they're gonna become shit. Like, super shit, right? And the good shit's gonna be the new stuff that's not having to deal with that degradation. I don't know why I cast that skill. I didn't need it. Yeah, like, I think there's a chance Valve will maintain its integrity for another generation, but it might not. But it probably won't be proactive like Gabe Newell is, right? I very much doubt it. I mean, even people that like manipulate markets and, you know, politicians and all that shit, their families don't generally stay rich that long either. It's rare. It's really rare that families are able to maintain their wealth for many generations. It's very, very rare. It can happen, but it's just easy not to notice because you only live for 1 generation, right? Like, you get a little sneak peek in the generation after you and before you and stuff, but like, you mean, humans don't live long enough to see a lot of these patterns. All the buttons. $386. Might be able to do that. Fuck, I want a target switch though. Well, kill what we kill. There really haven't been any good boss fights today. Wow, damn. I guess we did have attack down and NP down. Oh well. There's probably a good boss fight getting soon, I would think. I think they thought that one boss fight with Karen was probably a good boss fight, but it didn't really seem like it to me, so just kind of like fuck it on that one. Also, Rip-Ons. Eh, give me the crit buff. Damn, I'm whiffing so hard. Holy fuck, chat. Are there any good North American devs that aren't indie, right? Obviously, some small indie games are fucking amazing, but I'm trying to think if there's any like big boy North American devs that are putting out anything worth a shit, because I cannot think. Blizzard is like a joke. I mean, if you want to, I think Riot's fine if you want to count them, but they are Chinese owned. And other than that, one way or the other, I can't think of a lot. I want to say Baldur's Gate's European, isn't it? I'm pretty sure Lorien, whatever. I think they're European. I mean, Valve is North American, but they're not much of a video game dev anymore, right? I mean, I know they make a few games every blue moon, but like it's very rare that they make anything. You know, when they do, it's fine, but Larian is the EU. Yeah, that's what I thought. Bethesda, I think Bethesda's NA, but personally, I don't think Bethesda's done anything good. One, Oblivion's really old. That's not new. And I don't think Elder Scrolls is very good. I think it's so fucking shallow. I just don't care at all. And then even if you like Elder Scrolls, you probably don't like the other new games they made. Like, what was it? Star whatever? The fucking shit space game? Like, that crap was horrible. I think Bethesda was reasonable a long time ago. They just didn't make stuff that I like, but I think they were fairly reasonable in like that Morrowind Oblivion era. There's Starfield, that was the one. But I don't think they're a good company anymore. Doom has been pretty good. Isn't that id? I mean, look. I want to say that's id, like software or something. Why is it when I look up Doom developer, it gives me the history of Doom and not like what the Doom is it? Okay, let's see. I think id Software's NA. Yeah, they're pretty good from what I've seen. They are. Yep, they're in Texas. Yep, that's North American. Okay, we got one, chat. We got one, and maybe 1.5 if with Riot. Project. CD Projekt Red or whatever, they're not North American. They're Europe, I'm pretty sure. And they're pretty hit and miss lately. I think they did good for a while there, but they've been pretty hit or miss. They've had a lot of like bad development practice from what I've seen. Yeah, I think they're Polish. Yeah, that's right. Cause I know it's the Witcher's Polish, like folklore and stuff. So yeah, we got 1.5. Rockstar. I don't remember what they've done recently, but I want to say, aren't they shit? Let me see. Rockstar, what have they been doing recently? I know a long time ago they were good. Although, again, also didn't make stuff I cared about. But, what have they done? They haven't really done shit. Yeah, Red Dead, but that's pretty old now. I've heard it's good though. I haven't played it. Yeah, they haven't really made anything. They just they did like the remasters of Grand Theft Auto, which were really bad. Yeah, holy fuck, they haven't made anything in ages. Yeah, the last real thing they did, I would say, it looks like Red Dead 2. Yeah, personally, I wouldn't count that. It's too old, and the remasters they put out were fucking terrible. So yeah, they can prove themselves though with the new game they're making. If that's good, then sure. Like, I wouldn't count them in the negative column, but I wouldn't count them in the positive either. You still have to bring MASH, dude. Oh, no, you don't. They're just showing that you have to use the thing. Okay. Yeah, I think I have heard that Take-Two is their owner and they suck. It unfortunately just happens sometimes. Yeah, wow, chat. We have 1.5 developers for mainstream North America. That's pathetic. How? Jesus Christ, that's pathetic. All the Lancers. Like, I can think of a lot of devs from other places that are doing good shit, but yeah, holy hell. Oh yeah, Bungie, all Blizzard, all that shit's garbage. Because all the games I'm looking forward to right now, or enjoying right now, like Earth Defense Force, that's Japanese. Bandictus coming up, that's Korean. Elden Ring, Night Rain, that's Japanese. I tell you what though, I'm interested in seeing what the developers of Lords of the Fallen do next.
because the newer Lords of the Fallen that came out was terrible, but then they actually fixed it. And that's impressive because a lot of devs will double down or abandon and all that, but they actually fixed it. I don't think it's the best game ever, but it's good. I think Lords of the Fallen now is a good game. I like it. And it was impressive to see them do that. So I'm now very interested in what they make next. Can they take what they learned and can they, make something good with it, right? Or we're gonna see good shit. If only Percival could NP, I could do the Pearson vulnerability. Damn it. Well, NP gain it is. Yeah, more Cerberus. I think this is the third time. Oh, Bleak Faith. Oh, okay, we're time limited. Holy fuck. Hold on, we need to make a real team then. But Bleak Faith is so weird. It's so, and like I saw some of the stuff the devs posted on social media and they were kind of whack, but they were also very passionate. Like they really cared about their game, but they also seemed kind of misguided on some stuff. But and there was like that, reused assets and stuff. In their defense though, I don't think they were stealing from Elden Ring. I really don't. I think what happened was, and this is what it definitely looks like, there was evidence to support this. Someone unrelated to them had ripped the Elden Ring like skeleton work for the animations and put it on the Epic Store. And then they bought those assets, and they didn't know, right? That's really not their fault. And they did replace the stuff. But yeah, they definitely said some stuff on social media that was just kind of assholey and whatnot, but they were very passionate about their game and wanted to make sure the people that bought it, got their money's worth. I should try that game again because I know they updated it so much. I'd be curious to see if it's good now. I can't imagine it'd be good. That was the weirdest game I think I've ever played because it was so bad, but then weirdly good, right? There were just certain things about it that were like just so intriguing, and because it was so janky, but then some things were good. You were just so interested in seeing what was around the corner. I don't think I've ever experienced such a thing. Like you truly didn't know if you were about to experience the dumbest shit of all time or something really creative and awesome. And so I was just always so hooked on what the fuck is next, right? And the aesthetic was so strange and everything. That was a hell of a game. Yeah, we should play that again. It'd be interesting to see what it's been up to. Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely admit I enjoyed it, even though it was in many ways terrible. But yeah, we should give that a peek. Get Hans in here if we can. The good thing is it's been so long since I played it, and I didn't even come close to burning out on it. We didn't play it that much. It's all going to be pretty alien again. Like I don't remember the level format of like the tutorial at all. I have no fucking idea. So it'll be pretty fresh. I looked through a list of games coming out in 2025, and only NA game studios other than id I found was Sucker Punch with Ghost of Yotai. I don't even know what that is. So basically what you're saying is the only NA dev doing anything right now that is worth anything is id with Doom, and that's it. That's what I'm getting out of this. So NA is actually cooked. And look, I'm not like an anti-American American. I'm not one of those, right? I want America to do well, and Canada too. But it'd be nice if we had like cool video games coming out from our side of the pond, like Represent and all that. But no, we're embarrassing ourselves right now. Oh, this is a good time for Calamity Jane. Let's go. I get the feeling Love in Deep Space is not from NA. I don't know, but I have a feeling it's not. Wait a minute. Whoa. Whoa, chat. That did not happen. Whoa. Back that the fuck up. What was that fashion game that Green played that he should do that again? Okay. Number one,
that, you know, that wasn't Love and Deep Space. We've never played that. I still don't even know what the gameplay of that is. That was Infinity Nikki, and no, we should not do that again. Okay? Absolutely not. I will say that game was also, you never got to do a boss fight. True, but I can't imagine that's going to change my opinion much. That was also a game where that was so not aimed at me. You know, that's obviously aimed at the ladies. And that was so bizarre to play, dude. That was so fucking weird. Like, everything about that game design was just not what I'm looking for. I'll put it that way. You have to find the meta socks. Fuck that shit. It makes a decent amount of money, though. It doesn't make as much as Love and Deep Space. I'd be curious at some point to see Love and Deep Space and see why is it, between the two, why is it the one that's doing better. Yeah, apparently there's like 3 gacha games that are all fairly successful, that all have like 90% women player bases, and they're all actually doing quite well. But Love and Deep Space is the one that's the most successful. Gonna need more stars here. I want that, damn it, if Hans could have a star bomb, that would be perfect. I need my Hans. That's what we do. Let me just bring that proper budget quick support. I mean, Alex is okay now, I guess. I mean, he's still not, though, like what Chin Gong is for Buster. He's absolutely not that, but, wait, can't I... The invulnerability might be removable. That's almost disappointing if it is, because you don't really need Calamity Jane, because her big thing is giving you the Pierce invulnerability. But that I could save it. He might get a different buff later. So save the buff removal, maybe. Where the fuck is a star bomb? There's so many of them. I think it's because I don't level them very high. I need to fix that, because I'm always looking for them. Okay, hopefully the back row doesn't matter too much here. Calamity Jane is such a weird unit to me because, like, her gameplay is awesome, and actually it's some of my favorite, like, 4-star gameplay. It's like good, but it's not broken. It's very unique. Really good gameplay. But then she's a space cheerleader, so there is that. Yeah, I've heard that Path to Nowhere is almost entirely lesbian, and I'm really confused by that because, not that there's anything wrong with that, I just don't get how the fuck, like, how the fuck did they actually succeed in targeting that demographic specifically? Like, that's so fucking specific. All right, we got 40, 50. Fuck, she missed the attack up on Ku because I didn't have the buff success chance. God damn it. Also, you all with that fucking cheer. I didn't even think about that. Of course you're doing that. To be fair, we can probably kill this without the attack buff. Although I guess we'll see. It would have just been nice to have. It is cool, though, that she gives a 3-turn Pierce invulnerability to a teammate. I have no idea what I gave Ku as a craft essence. I didn't pay attention. I think it was just whatever was there before. I think it might be K-Scope, which is really bad because then we're whiffing the battery from Calamity Jane and we're losing damage. So we definitely fucked that up. What a dumb stage. What a dumb stage. They give you a 3-turn time limit, but it's only the 1 break bar. What, bro? Okay, if this was London, that would be correct, right? You
do 400k in like 3 turns in London. Okay, you know, that's believable. This is fucking OC4. This is 10 million stories deep. That's the dumbest shit. Why does F go like this? Why even put a time limit on it if you're just gonna be that stupid about it? I like how we went down to this layer, but now we're back up here. Chapter 15. Yeah, can you do 400k? And it's not even at neutral, it's 400k at counter class. What the hell? So much Cerberus. Chat. I hate the Fate designs now. Just looking at what we just went through, the Mori, oh my god. Lilith is the least problematic there. Oh my god. Fucking Moriarty there, and fucking Dante's got like nail polish on with that stupid fucking hair. Oh my god. How the fuck is this Fate? Go back and look at Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero, APOC, even Extra. Right, look at all those servant designs, and then look at fucking Moriarty and Dante there. Holy shit. And I mean Lilith too, but like, oh, Jesus Christ. Can you do Path of Nowhere stream? People are saying it's like Arc Knights. Okay, I don't know, we might. I am curious why the fuck it's like, how it's got such a large lesbian player base specifically. That I don't, how I don't, the fuck. Holy fuck, why is Fate VTubers now? It's worse, Arc Knights. I'll be the judge of that. To be honest though, Arc Knights is pretty good, so I wouldn't expect it to be better gameplay-wise. That would be surprising. Open mind though. I'm surprised more games don't have Arc Knights gameplay, honestly. Arc Knights is great gameplay because it's like, it's not really that tower defense-y, you know. It's a lot of like, that's why I like it. You have a lot of fun like mechanical interactions with, like, you're tanking a boss with a tank unit who has a healer on it, right? And seeing like, can it handle it, can you not handle it, and then other enemies come in, and you know, it's way more than like a typical tower defense game. It's a lot more like direct engagements and stuff, and seeing the different units that you have, like one-on-one fighting somebody, and like how good do they do, and the AoE people and all that. It's great. Fucking love it. Oh, this song is definitely looping. Or... does she have to be in the front row? Yep. Did we see her in P? I don't think we did. I think we saw her extra attack, so I guess we'll take advantage of that. Probably an easy stage. They probably want you to see the animations. I don't know what her color is. Probably art or quick. Fuck it. Now we know she's Lilith. Everyone was saying they thought she was. Hopefully she has one stage that's not so, like, modern looking. Like, just give me one normal stage for each character, for fuck's sakes. I don't think that's too much to ask for. This song is such a banger, dude. I'm so glad, like, Ort was done well. I wish the fight was a little bit harder, but, like, that's honestly, in that case, it's secondary. Like,
I really cared about the atmosphere, the story, the music, and all that. And yeah, they did a good job. They made it, and your servant's perma-dying made it very unique. Random 120 coup, just go. No, we'll get Bond. I don't want to whiff all the easy Bond you can get in these main stories. Have we seen her stage? Why do I have to break MASH? Fuck you, game. VR MASH is mid as fuck. Like, if you need taunts, she's fine, but, like, for filler content, you normally don't. She's just sitting there. Their stupid headset on. Yeah, holy fuck, if someone spoils anything, just, like, time them the fuck out immediately. Alright, let's see. This is it? Just this guy? There's... Jesus Christ. You could so easily kill this guy in one turn and not see the NP. Let me see if she's got a battery. I mean, if they want her to sell, she better have a battery. Oh, there it is. And when it's rank 10, it'll be enough. Yeah, if we like buffed up and done a meta combo there, or she got like more cards, he would have just died. God, she acts like a kid. Send help. Why the fuck would Lilith act like a kid? Stupid. The hell is the logic? Did they draw this stage's clothes? Are they gonna actually draw them in the other stages? Okay, that was pretty low effort. It was, I guess, fitting, I guess, but yeah, we'll see what they do though. She's the daughter of darkness. That's not how that works. I'm my father's son and I'm not a kid anymore. That doesn't mean anything. Oh, Epic of Gilgamesh, I see. Okay, to be fair, we're in Dante's Inferno with Metatron. It's kind of an odd choice. Not that anything else they've done here isn't odd, to be fair. Gamertron, yeah. Yeah, Megatron, definitely. The Autobots are coming, we gotta prepare. Optimus Prime. He's too good for this shit, let's be honest. Honestly, all the weird shit with Megatron in this story is so bizarre. He looks less like a gamer and more like an art streamer. There's some truth to that. You can be both. Enough. Oh, great. Now we're back with Gamer Girl and MASH. Oh, I'm so happy right now.
All the people that have 2K FO'd their mash must be happy when they have to use her because they're like so overtuned for it. She is good value, honestly. 2K FO'ing her is not a bad idea. If you like the character, like, quite good. Why do they have so little health? Why can't we? Remember when this used to be real boss fights and you'd like bring a team and all that? Remember that? That was great. Like Bedivere versus Gwen, you just had like that happen in the story segment, not the gameplay segment. That was nice. Time to bonk. That was not as good of Star Absorb as I would have liked, though. It'll do. Chat, 90% has never failed, right? This music is way too epic for how unepic this is. Nice crit. Okay, got him. Okay. Wasted battery, but who cares? This really is the worst. The song is so good. Blah, blah, blah. But they nerfed Child? What the fuck? Like, he'd already gotten power crept so hard with all the gear. Like, why do you even need... Oh, that's right, they did nerf him. I remember now. I'm so glad I did it before that. Yeah, I remember that, because the story fight was, like, fairly difficult. It was pretty similar to, the replay fight. And so people were actually getting smacked. Yeah, I remember that now. Suddenly, Odysseus. Okay, now we're talking. This'll work. These enemies may not be, up to standard here for, the kind of buff stacking I had in mind. Unfortunate. OC4, by the way, indeed. 16k enemy. One shot by a level 70 Alex with no buffs. God damn it, Calamity Jane. Why am I in slow-mo? Get him. I probably should have grabbed some Alex NP there. Never mind, we didn't kill him. What the hell? Okay, guys. Now we're just throwing. And now all the buster cards that we don't need. Okay. Ku really does need an animation update. He had one of the first ones they ever did. It wasn't that good even back then, in my opinion, so. There are worse out there, though, for sure. Like, I don't know, Mata Hari, Mozart, Shakespeare, you know, all of those. Proto Ku, that would be great. Maybe someday. Surely he can do this much damage. Leonidas, yep. Yeah, Steno got one. It was pretty good. What I wish would happen is all the characters we just named not only got animation updates, but they got animation updates with the level of effort that Caligula got. And not the level of effort that Boudica got. I'm not really sure what the point of that was, but okay. Buttons. Got that nice 50. Give her the batteries. Although that's... I guess I give her her own buff then, actually. You're so close. Greatness was right there. Let's see what we can do here. She's only got to do 16k. There you go. Love it. I hope we get a prototype event or something, man. I'd love it if they would add Proto Gil, animation update for Proto Q. That'd be great, man. Yeah, Arthur NP buff. That's a good time to do it, too. It makes sense. It's so dumb he doesn't have an NP buff. His whole shtick is his NP hits super hard, and it's actually kind of weak in this game. Messed up. Yeah, it's weird, no Proto Gil. Whack. They've got most of the prototype stuff. There's a few other things they don't have. Like, don't have Perseus, don't have, Proto Herc. And we never saw, like, apparently the caster was still Medea and stuff, but we never saw them. And they probably had the same design, honestly, but they probably changed it now just to be different. Kind of weird they haven't done Perseus either, because people liked his design and pretty famous. And they added a lot of related stuff to him. Chat, I would like to at least get to a boss fight that I might want to make a video for later, but that has not happened yet. There's been a lot of, like, okay fights, but nothing that great. I mean, I don't think how popular it is really has anything to do with the collabs, because they're not collabs. It's just more Fate content. Like, let's not kid ourselves. It's just Fate x Fate. It's the stupidest shit ever. And like, plenty of the stuff that they've already air quotes collabed with, you know, was not popular. It's just more Fate content that they just dress up as a collab. Doesn't even matter. Like, why the hell are they here? But, you know, Proto Gil's more popular than a lot of the shit they've done collabs with. Like, he's very popular. This could be a boss fight. It'll probably be a real one if it is. Or not. Maybe later. Arknight's collab would be cool, honestly. Yeah, holy fuck, give us their UI. Some of the UI in Arknights isn't that great. But overall, it's so much better. A random Medusa. But overall, it's way, way, way better. This story feels very random. But why though? Yeah, I'll probably play Punishing Grey Raven when DMC hits. I need to play it before that so I get some more rolls ready. I'm curious who's going to be playable, or if it's just Dante and Virgil. That'd be kind of disappointing if it was just Dante and Virgil. I'm about to wrap up. I'm pretty pooped. And this has been dragging. There's nothing really interesting happening. I guess more coup it is. Bring somebody with bond boost here. Okay, why is my team so whack? Oh, because they're forcing Megatron on me again. Let's see, who needs bond? Mori's always good. It is cool when you bring 4 bond boost TEs and you got a teapot. Oh, someone got nuked. Someone probably spoiled some shit. Oh. Will this be hard enough that we make a video? It's not a lot of HP. You have to bring her and all that, and she's got guts, so you can't Shin-Gong her. This is probably not going to be hard enough for a video, but we'll see. We'll give it a peek. Boy, Castoria, although busted as fuck, doesn't really help here because we're not art. Oh gosh, they buffed the hell out of her here. What the fuck? probably not gonna be a video because you have to bring her, and we'll see. This last health bar is gonna have to be wild. I mean, maybe for a solo, that's a lot of, that's actually a lot of HP for a solo if you're not AoE. The fuck? Why you gotta stun my damage dealer? Why you like that? Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Guess that didn't do what I thought it did. I like how Ku got all these nice cards, and I have to skip his turn. Unfortunate. I mean, this would be kind of hard with low stars. You'd have to get, like, kind of smart with, like, Darius or something. But it's nothing that crazy. And you could always stall it. That was probably not the target. Okay, can you stop CCing my fucking damage dealer, please? Oh god, Medusa, no. Why are you like this? Shit. Put the snake down. Boy, our back row is really bad for this. Also, our playlist has been looping so hard. I am like crazy hungry though, so I'm like not... My heart is not in it right now. Wow, we could have killed her there if I had done the Buster card last. Oh. Or we just kill her anyway. Okay. Yeah, she's way overtuned here. That's ridiculous. You just bring like pawns and shit and buff her up and she'll murder everything here. You'd have to find a way to kill her to make this a fun video. But she's got guts, so it's tough. All our units have a free guts as well, so it's like there's really no way to make this tough. Game's full of shit. Look how strong she is. Roll now. True. Yeah, I'd eat a hamburger if I had access to one right now. Yeah, double chin gong and then solo and back row. That's true. That's true. I don't think I care enough. But yeah, you could do that. You could maybe make something good. Ku could probably solo this. You just have to bring the anti-stun command code. So I started blasting. This is just like a showcase for her. You know, if he'd hit me one more time, I could in P. Yeah, the music is so bork. You know what? We don't need no NP. Nah, I'd win. Crown Slayer beat Ort. Yeah, fucking right. I tell you, I really wish I had a CN account right now because I really want to see Crown Slayer's module and test it. Because I got pretty familiar with how fucking crap she is. So it'd be nice to like do the roguelike right now with the mod and see. Because I'll know the difference. Yeah, they gave Ku some new voice lines a little while ago. So why are they here? I have to imagine Cairo used Crown Slayer like one time and was just like, okay, this is bad. And then did something else. Oh, she's getting aura'd on, chat. I know, it looked like a fucking K-pop band. This is getting ridiculous. Chat, how many chapters was this again? I think someone said it was like 30-something. Because holy fuck, that it seems so fillery. Somehow Medusa's alive. Oh, that must have been a choice that mattered, so I couldn't skip. I was clicking at random, so. Okay, that's enough of this game. I am starving to death, and I've been playing this for 5 hours, and that is way too much FGO for any individual. No good fights. We had, I mean, I guess Karen, you could maybe turn into a real fight, kind of. I just got here, feels bad. My apologies. I'm so beat, though. Alright, chat. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow or not, because I gotta do doctor stuff and all that, so we'll see. But, that's it for now. I'll see you all soon. We will raid Cairo. If I can fucking use this new keyboard correctly. There we go. All right, boys. I'm out of here. Drink water. It's good for you. Don't smoke.